isa sa'yo. Oo.
Bakit ko yung lens ka na mas mula yung flagship ka. Sit down ba? May transfer na pala yung water chino. Apahal! Apahal siya! Apahal! Kaya ko.
Chino lang.
Chino lang.
Oo.
I'd say, say no video.
Ah.
Okay, sa
Recreation ground in Oudtshoorn. It's a cool overcast morning as we would like to welcome you here to this Cricket South Africa Hollywoodbets Pro50 series match between the home side, the Garden Badgers, and they're taking on the visitors from Potchefstroom, the Northwest Dragons. Fellow commentators, good morning. First time here in Oudtshoorn, Nathan Plaikes. Good morning, Nathan.
Good morning, Albertus. Yes, thank you very much. Lovely day in Oudtshoorn, and I'm looking forward to some good cricket here.
And not an unfamiliar face in the commentary box. Good morning, Jason Mashanganyi.
Good morning, Albertus. It's certainly a beautiful day out here. It's a welcome relief from the heat from this last couple of days in Oudtshoorn.
Yeah, it has been extremely hot. We've been here, we covered a match on Wednesday where it was already a scorcher. I was fortunate enough to be out of town on Thursday and Friday, but it is a relief to drive into a coolish Oudtshoorn on the mid of November. The two teams up today is the Garden Badgers. All the teams in this competition has played 3 matches. The Badgers has played 3. They won two very impressive victories. They defeated Western Province, and then thereafter the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And then 2 weekends ago they struggled here against the DP World Lions. They lost. Bottom of the table currently, played 3, lost 3, is the Northwest Dragons. So we're up for quite an exciting contest.
It should be an exciting one with the Northwest Dragons looking to get off the mark with a win today. And the Garden Badgers looking to consolidate their possession and possibly move up to the top of the log with a win today.
Yeah, good news for the Badgers is obviously the return of the international star Henri Derksen. She was on World Cup duties and also returned from injury by Lucian Swartz, a key bowler. She's back into action. And 2 familiar faces in the names of the Northwest Dragons. Janae Winsters, the captain. She played the majority of her professional and cricket here at the recreation ground. She's the captain of the Northwest Dragons. Tabitha Lagransie also played for the Garden Badgers, and the key player is the former South African captain Mignon de Pre. The news is also that the Badgers has won the toss and they opted to have a bowl first. Nathan?
Yes, an important part for the start. Winning the toss, Northwest Dragons will be looking to make some early inroads, but it's also important for the home side to make sure that they get off to a solid start here.
As we learn it here, Jason, I mean, you've also been a previous coach here. The first hour, there's always something in for the bowlers.
Yeah, there's always something on offer for the bowlers in that first hour. But if you look at the 2 games that have been played here in the Hollywoodbets Pro50 series so far in Oudtshoorn this season, there's been 2 matches, and both those matches have been won by the team batting first.
Yeah, that is correct. The team batting first won all those 2 matches, first against Western Province. And in both instances, there were slow starts for the batting side. They lost early wickets, but they managed to consolidate. And for the Dragons, from the commentary box end, it is... And Tabiseng Nini will open the bowling, and on strike is Julia Hall. She's been in magnificent form lately. She scored a half century here, and then she followed that up with an unbeaten century against the Dolphins in Durban. Nini in to all forward defensive. A typical conventional field place for early up in the morning.
And a very solid start there as well. For defense, didn't look like any shape first ball up there. So it would be interesting to see if the decision by the Northwest Dragons is proved to be the right one.
Absolutely, Nathan. It must also be great for you to be in the Gardner route. You immigrated from Kimberley. Short, pull in front of square. That one will run away for 4. Good start by Julia Hall. Early to capitalize on the short ball.
Great start there by Julia Hall. It will be important for the Garden Badgers that when they identify the short pitch length on this wicket, they take full advantage of that. Because as we all know, when it's pitched up to the wicket in the first hour in Oudtshoorn, there's always some lateral movement for the bowlers.
And that is just missing a length there. Short and just set up and just swiveled around and played it in front of square for first boundary of the match.
Through to the keeper. The wicket keeper is Veronisha Reddy. She played for the Knights last season before they've been relegated, and she found Northwest as a new home. Yeah, Julia Hall, she's 24 years of age. She matriculated at Fairmont High School in Cape Town. She made a provincial debut for Western Province in 2020. Just was this delivery, and it's a great delivery, Nini. She cleaned up all. That's a great delivery. We said it earlier, there will be something, swing and movement for offer, a great delivery, great breakthrough.
And the first ball she pitched up is the ball that came back. So great ball there, great start for the Northwest Dragons. First wicket down for 6-gun grill Garden Route Badgers.
That was beautiful length there by Nini. Pitching one up, hitting top of off stump, middle and off to clean up Julia Hall. That will be the length and the lines that the Northwest Dragons will be looking for on this wicket.
Yeah, we set it up earlier, there will always be something. It is a bit of an overcast day, and in comes Nadine Moodley. Yeah, it's the 35-year-old Nadine Moodley who walks out to bat. She hails from KwaZulu-Natal, and she received a tertiary education at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and also later from the University of Cape Town. We'll look at her international career a little bit later, but a good breakthrough for Nini and immediate action in the first over of the morning.
Julia Hall is a big loss there for the Garden Route Badgers. As you had mentioned earlier in comms, she's done very well for the Garden Route Badgers at the top of the order. She's already scored an unbeaten century against the Dolphins and a 50-year against Western Province.
Yeah, the tail of Nini will be up, and Nadine Moodley is taking guard. Nini obviously operating here from the commentary box end of the ground, and she will run in and bowls to Nadine Moodley, quite an experienced competitor at this level. Oh, there's a big shot for leg before. And just missing leg, a good delivery, good length and line there, executed by Nini.
And Nini has found her length, found her rhythm early up in the first over of the match. Just doing a bit too much, that one. Nini to Moodley, last ball of the first over of this match. And that one is just outside.
Just probably sliding down, missing leg stump there. Great start from Ntabiseng Nini. Garden Route Badgers are 4 for 1.
So the decision to bowl first has been a great one so far for the visitors.
And it's been duly vindicated by how Nini has bowled, especially the last 3 deliveries of this over. She has extracted something out of the wicket. She's gotten the ball to jack back into the right handers there.
Palesamapu just tried to work that one down the leg side and just top edged it, and see, that is the back of the second wicket of the Garden Route Badgers.
Toto Bukhatsu off the mark, first ball of the over, and she picks up Palesamapu.
Yeah, disappointment for Palesamapu. It was a juicy full toss, and she did straight into the throat of the fielders. There you can see, on any other given day, that ball was supposed to travel to the boundary, and Palesa Mapu missed out, and she's dismissed, and in walking Isel Sillier.
Now, when you look at that dismissal there with a full toss, just chipped to mid wicket, you'd think that because she hasn't faced any deliveries, her intent might have been lacking in addressing that specific delivery. Because on any other day, as you mentioned, Albertus, that should be going to the boundary there.
And Oudtshoorn was also very lucky with that one, because that was a very loose, first ball loosener. So, but like they say, sometimes bad balls takes the wickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to add that, it's not always your best delivery that gets you a wicket. And disappointment for Palesa Mapu. And in walks Isel Sillier. She's a key in the Garden Badgers batting lineup. The Badgers in trouble here. The score 4 for 2. Isel Sillier, a very good technical batter. She also previously, of course, played for the Northwest Dragons. Oh, it's a good delivery, good areas hit by Oudtshoorn earlier up.
Getting the ball up to the batter there, giving it the ball opportunity to do the movement.
Yeah, she's giving herself the best opportunity to pick up as many wickets as possible in this power play.
Hit that one to the leg side, where the fielding has been done. Yeah, that's Sarah Barber, number 32. Oh, that's a little bit slow reaction there from Nadine Moodley. Good call there from Isel Sillier to get off the mark. Jason, I want to turn the clock back to about a month ago when the Badgers played Western Province here. They were also in a similar situation with a score 9 for 2. And in that instance, it was Isel Sillier, who's on the non-striker currently, but she's at the crease, and Julia Hall, who resurrected the innings and enabled the Badgers to score 233. Nadine Moodley.
I think if you look at it, you look back on that game, you give some thoughts after this delivery.
Punch that ball down the cover, or straight to cover. Good fielding in the covers there by the senior statesman, woman, you can put it that way. But that brings at the end the second over of the innings.
2 eventful opening overs, a wicket in each over. The score now 4 for 1 after 2 overs. It's 5 for 1 after 2 overs.
I think if we go back to that Western Province game that you just mentioned, where Garden Badgers were 9 for 2 earlier, the partnership between Sillier and Hall firmly put back the Badgers in the game, and how Sillier played that and had now got 65 on that particular day. She played with a lot of composure and control through the middle overs. Sure, the Garden Badgers will be looking for exactly the same. She's also scored a 70 against the Dolphins in Durban a couple of weeks ago. So this is a player in a rich vein of form.
Now talking about Nini, who's going to operate from the commentary box, and it's the very same Nini who got a wicket with a snorter.
start of the third over. Nini to Celia. And just misses the outside edge of Celia's bat. And just picking up as well, I see Celia is as well the third top run scorer in the competition as well. So she is in a rich vein of form.
She'll have a lot of responsibility on her shoulders at this point in time, with a score at 5 for 2 after 2.1.
Yeah. That one is just in front of square leg. Work to be done, but it will not prevent. That 4-run signal by umpire Lyndon Falkwyn. Great effort there on the boundary. Nathan, you mentioned on Isel Celia, she's currently obviously the third top run scorer in the competition. She scored 149 runs at an average of 74.5 with an unbeaten 70 against the Dolphins in Durban, the top score. But the top run scorer in the competition is also out on the park. That of course is Mignon de Pree. She will be a key batter for the Dragons later this afternoon.
Ball's just punched mid wicket for a dot ball.
Work there done by Sarah Barber, wearing the number 22 shirt. I'm impressed with the firmness and the speed of the outfield. It was just a punch in front of square by Celia and he runs away for 4. Into the gap. Barber missed the field. Had a throw at the stumps, but Celia is a good runner between the wickets and she's back in the crease.
Clean pick up there and a shy at the stumps. Would have been very interesting, would have been a tight one there for Celia.
Yeah, Celia's around the block for a while. She's 28 years of age. She matriculated at Wilgerivier High School in Frankfurt, in the Free State. And she also went for a tertiary education at the University of the Free State. Foolish, just played back to the bowler Nini. Nini into Moodley. Nadine Moodley just on the back foot and work there for Deirdre van Rensburg. No run added to the total. End of the over. The Badgers 10 for 2. Now there's obviously also another match in this competition today. Western Province is taking on the Hollywoodbets ladies, the Dolphins. Province are batting and they are 13 for 1 after 4.2 overs.
Bugatti to continue. Zel Celia will be on strike for the start of the 4th over. Garden Route Badgers women looking to restart the innings.
Bugatti into Celia. And there's work for Barber. No run added to the total. The 2 officiating umpires today, as we become accustomed and familiar here with the Hollywoodbets Pro Series, is Lyndon Falkwyn. He is operating at officiating, so I ought to say, at the commentary box end. A former SWD and Free State first class player. First our eyes on Bugatti. Ooh, there's a swing and a swing hanging out the bat and through to ready the wicket keeper. And on the Freda Street end is Sunbury Strader. Bogatso to Cillier. Tidy behind the ball, and she plays it out to the offside, no run added to the total.
No, it's just a hint of movement there from Bogatso. A tad away from the right hander. I think the length might be just a little bit short. Should want to bring Cillier onto a front foot to try and reduce the edge.
This one is hit out to mid-off, where Tapita Lagranzi does the fielding. She's also a familiar face here at the recreation ground. She played for the Garden Route Badgers a few seasons ago.
Bogatso to Cillier. And that length is just much better. The previous one was a little bit too full and the ball before that too short. So that's the perfect length that Bogatso will be targeting.
Does that in between length where the batter is not sure whether to commit forward or backwards.
That's just cut into the offside for a dot ball, and that will also bring to the close the fourth over of the innings, a maiden over by Bogatso. Garden Route Badgers women 10 for 2 after 4 overs.
Now, interestingly enough, the coach of the Northwest Dragons, Claude April, started his career as a cricket player here. He matriculated here in Oudtshoorn. He played for the local club side, for the academy when it was introduced. So it's great to see that he's also completing the full circle and return here to Oudtshoorn. So Nini will run into her third over. She bagged at wicket of Julia Hall when she dismissed Hall. Clean bowled into Nadine Moodley. Just a push down to third man, and Moodley will pick up a single. I think that's the way how the Badgers should play. Accumulate the singles.
Yeah, that will be the more sustainable method. Risk-free cricket. Make sure that you get out of this power play without losing any more wickets, and look to control that middle set.
Footage delivery and work for Koketsu Lesenyego. Does the fielding. She is at mid-off on the circle. Today is the 5th time that these two sides will meet in a 50-over match. The Badgers have got a 75% winning ratio. They win 3 out of the last 4 matches. Through to the keeper ready. No run added to the total.
It's very important, as you said, Jason, just rotating the strike. Sometimes batters only want to work in boundary format. So to rotate the strike, it does frustrate the bowler as well. Because as a bowler, wants to set up a batter, Nini to Cillier. Just letting that one go just a little bit too wide.
Yeah, it's the first wide of the morning. And we learned over the years that bowling disciplines, not only in women's cricket, but also across all formats, is very important. And sometimes wides and no balls can be the difference between winning and losing, as Nini bowled the first wide of the morning.
Cillier just letting that one go through to the keeper.
I'm starting to be saying Nini has some great skills. This over, she's shaped the ball away from the right hander, where in the first 2 overs she was looking to shape it back in. So it was great skills on display from Nini.
Through to the keeper ready. Yeah, there's also obviously international cricket around, this time at Eden Gardens in Kolkata. I'm not sure how many of you have watched the score this morning. Remember, South Africa bowled out for a very modest 159 yesterday, and a great bowling performance by South Africa. They dismissed India for 189, which is a deficit of 20 runs on the first innings. So great comeback by South Africa.
At the stage, the person didn't think that that will happen this morning, but that's a brilliant performance by the South African men team.
Absolutely. Simon Harmer, 4 for 30 in 15 overs, and Marco Jansen 3 for 45 in 15. And talking about Simon Harmer, I can recall when he was a student at the Eastern Province Academy, he used to play lots of his cricket here in provincial academies tournaments for Eastern Province. And he's now at the international scene, picking up 4 wickets at Eden Gardens in Kolkata. But we're back to the business here. Bogatsu in from the Freda Street end to Moodley. Nice bounce extractor there.
Bounce and shape away from Moodley there. I think you should be sweating on just those short pitched ones outside off, where to head through the offside.
We sometimes became decepted by average scores. We saw that on Wednesday in a men's game where, just focus on this delivery. Firm Leach is a very strong player on the leg side. That one will most probably be cut off, and they will come back for 2. Good shot played by Moodley. Good technical applications. He picked up a couple. Now the average score here is 153. And we also learned that 153 will not always be enough, even in the women's format here in Oudtshoorn.
Now, with how the teams and the skills have improved over the last few years in women's cricket, 153 is certainly not enough if the game goes the full distance.
Just a bit too high there, but that's the length that she wants. The previous ball was just a bit too full. Bogatsu just hitting the perfect length, but not consistently, but she's still very much economical at this stage.
Yeah, she's still searching for that consistent length.
Yeah, after picking up her first wicket with a juicy full toss, she started asking the questions here to the batters.
And that's brilliant skill. Previous one coming back, that one leaving the batter.
It's been great to see from Bogatsu and Nini. They can bring the ball back in and away from the right-hander. They'll be able to test the inside edge and the outside edge of the batters.
Moodley just got back to that. Fielding is done by Alicia Alex Labine. I haven't seen a surname like that before. Did you, Nathan?
Never before. That's why I left that one to you.
That's the second wide of the morning. Through to the keeper ready. Although the Dragons are bottom of the table here, they cannot be underestimated.
They're still a very good team. They've been competitive in the games that they've played so far.
That is the one thing which is for sure. When I spoke to the captain, Janae Winster, this morning at the toss, she was full of confidence that they can turn this and convert this good starts and competitive performances into a victory here today.
And it takes one good performance just to turn the slate.
Nathan, you're 100% right.
I think if you look at their previous games, the most important thing for them will be to get support from me on Dupree when they out batting. She's been a star for them with a bat this season so far. So they'll want someone to stick around with her, build partnerships with her. That way, they'll give themselves a greater chance of winning or competing.
Just a bit of advice from Janae Winster to the bowler. And Janae Winster has definitely played more than 50 matches in this format at this ground. She will know the conditions, although she's not very used to play in overcast conditions. Normally it's hot, dry days here in the ostrich capital.
A little bit of overcast weather is always welcome in Oudtshoorn. You don't get too many of these days.
And with that as well, if you're in and around the Oudtshoorn area, come around to the recreational sports ground. It's a lovely day. You don't always get such beautiful weather, or can I rather say cool weather, where you can enjoy some cricket outside.
Well, Nathan, you're from Kimberley, where it also gets hot.
I was telling Jason earlier, Kimberley is hot, but Oudtshoorn is a different type of hot.
Yeah, I think it's because of all the sins of the people living in Oudtshoorn. Oh, dropped short. She had a swing at that, but it will runs away. A great stop there. Did it ricochet back from the boundary cushion? Let's keep an eye on the umpire, Lennon Faultwain. Oh, well, that's a great stop there, preventing a certain boundary. And 2 runs added to the total for Cilliers. There was a dive there in the slips wide of the captain, Janae Winster. Still some movement.
Nini's still extracting a lot of movement there. She certainly did induce that outside edge there from Cilliers. She'll be happy to see that. That's the length she needs to stick with.
And if I'm Janae Winster, I'll take the credit for that one.
Winster has now moved to the gully.
Solid defense there by Moodley. And if both bowlers get the ball in that fullish area, but not too full, as a half volley length, just short, a little bit shorter than that, there is some movement for them.
Short. I think Moody will feel that she missed out on an opportunity there. She hit that one straight to the fielder.
I think you're quite right there, Nathan. The footer length is more effective on this wicket. As you've seen with the dismissal of Julia Hall, you can extract movement of this wicket.
Good discipline showed by Nadine Moodley. Good length and lines applied by the bowler, Nini, through to the keeper. And to score 16 for 2, and we're into the 7th over. Understandably, the Badgers would like to consolidate after they lost 2 early wickets. Moody goes back to ball, runs down to the pointer area where the fielding has been done. End of the over, 7 overs bowled, and their toes are still up. The Dragons, the Badgers, 16 for 2. Yeah, I watched a bit of cricket last night in the men's T20 challenge, where the Goldbrass Boland and the Dolphins locked horns in Paarl, and a match that was determined in the 2nd super over, won by the Goldbrass Boland to stay on top of the lock and unbeaten in the Cricket South Africa Division 1 competition. And we will immediately see, will that be a change? Yeah, it's a change in bowling, and Janae Winster will operate and be introduced from the Freeler Street end of the ground. It is her favourite end of the ground to bowl from.
Janae Winster as well, fifth highest wicket taker so far in the competition, with 5 wickets. Winston to Celia, punching to the offside for dot ball.
Yeah, in her career at the recreation ground, she played 34 matches in this format. And she picked up 64 wickets, Janae Winster, with a base bowling analysis of 5 for 13. So she will ask the questions here.
It's just a hint of 10 into Syria there. From outside off. Janae Winster will be motivated to get one over her whole team, yeah.
Yeah, she will be inspired, motivated to prove a point. 16 for 2. Yeah, she's on the money right from the word go. This one is played out to the offside. Yeah, if she can keep things tight from the Freely Street end of the ground, it will add some additional pressure. Celia, a very technical, correct, patient batter.
Great start here from Janae Winster. Starts off with a maiden. Current Woodbedges still 16 for 2 after 8 overs bowled. And you look at the approach, yes, they've lost 2 wickets in the power play, but it's also important that they tend to still there to rotate strike. Make sure the bowlers do not settle against one specific batter.
And there will be another bowling change from the commentating box end.
Yeah, it's Tabitha Lagransi. She played here, she hails from the Boland and grasped the opportunity to a professional contract with the Garden Route Badgers, and Nadine Moodley will be on strike. She obviously also early in her career played for Boland, as I've said. Then she moved to the Badgers, and she's now in action for the Potchefstroom based team at the JV Marks Oval, the Northwest Dragons. Moodley's on strike, very patient. He's on 3 from 16 deliveries, and the intent is very clear.
And just a bit short there, and Woodley would also again feel like she missed out on that one.
And that's why they have to identify what lengths are easier for them to score against, and which ones are they going to look to rotate and be circumspect while facing. I think the shorter ones and wide, a little bit of width, should be looking to take care of those.
Ooh, it's a great throw, but it's not a direct hit. And that was Ntabiseng Nini. She is on the circle at mid-on. Almost. You saw the back of Nadine Moodley there.
Yeah, direct hit there should have been in business there.
She dragged that one from outside off, and she was on the back foot, so that didn't count in her favour when she started for that quick single. But she's still there. That's the important part for the Garden Route Badgers.
Straight to Mignon in the Priya.
That's
the
much better.
feeling? Yeah, it's much better. Just keep an eye on Tabitha Lagransi. She's got a very strange habit before we start with the run-up. On the money.
Solid defense, good bowling, good batting.
Outside off. Yeah, it's great to see the family of Tabitha Lachransi driving all the way from Cape Town to come and support her daughter, or their daughter.
Much better length there from Tabitha to close off that over. Bringing Celia onto a front foot.
Yeah, nice crowd. It's coming out here to watch the Northwest Dragons. Should be supporters of the Dragons if I have a look at the apparel that they're wearing. And having a nice cold one early in the morning.
There's no time. There's no time when you can go anywhere at any time and open a cold one.
We start to the day with a gentleman there.
It's a bit early, but nevertheless, Windsor is going to continue. She bowled a very good opening over maiden into Moodley. Firmly hit. Straight to the fielder. Good field placing by the captain, good captaincy.
Yeah, you see there's only one fielder out on the mid-wicket boundary. Everyone in the ring just to create more dot balls.
Another dot ball. And will Moody contain a patience here? And well, there's protection out there. Nini does the fielding. And a single added to the total.
Northwest Dragons field is coming very tight.
I think that one is going down leg. There is a shot from the bowler, no support from the wicket keeper.
Fielders are certainly coming in tight. They've identified that the badgers are not showing too much intent in terms of trying to get a move on. With Moodley 5 from 21 and Celia 7 from 32.
Firmly hit. It's into the gap. And in spite of an effort there. And it's a single added to his also here. Fly that one. Moody straight to the field at mid-on. Koketsu Lesenyehu.
That is also the end of the 10th over, the end of the first power play. Gardenwood Badgers women 19 for 2 after 10 overs.
Definitely advantage to the Dragons. I would just also like to say thank you to our technical team, Damien Rians, and everybody that's working here to make this broadcast an enjoyment for you where you're sitting and watch this game, whether it's on your phone or in front of your TV sets. Tabitha Lachransi in.
You see with the keeper, Marishna ready up to the stumps. Make sure she keeps the batters in their crease.
And this is great captaincy as well. Normally when the power play is done, you see the field spread, but still keeping it tight. Franse to Celia.
That's a full toss. You cannot bowl to Celia there. She pulls that one in front of square for 4. Relief for the Badgers. Yeah, we spoke about the test match in Calcutta earlier. South Africa 30 runs behind on the first innings after they dismissed India for 189. Ryan Rickleton has just been dismissed. He was trapped leg before by Kuldeep Yadav, forward defensive.
That's much better work there by Tabitha in the front, bringing Celia onto the front foot. And with the wicket keeper up, she should just look to hit the keeper's gloves and stay there, stay patient. Let the batters do the work.
Short. Work for Mignon de Priya. That's the fielding. Now Mignon de Priya, she will come into bat later. She is currently the top run scorer in this competition. But she's got an average of 70.19 in this format of cricket. That is amazing.
Another dot ball there. Good start there by Lafranze. That's an amazing stat from Mignon de Priya in this format.
Yeah, and less than a year ago she became a mother of her twins. Good execution there. End of the over. 11 overs gone, 23 for 2.
That's a very good comeback over there by Tabitha Franze after being hit for a 4, the second ball of the over. And to continue from the Vrede Street end will be Janae Winster.
Yeah, she only conceded 2 runs in her first 2 overs, the first being a maiden. Oh, that's a great delivery. It beats everything. Now, Nadine Moody's been around for quite a while. She made a provincial debut 20 seasons ago for KwaZulu-Natal Coastal. First, our attention to Winster. And then between 2010 and 2012, she also played 2 seasons for Western Province. That was when she was a student at UCT. And then she came back to the Dolphins. And she also played 1 test match for South Africa, 9 ODIs and 9 T20s between 2013 and 2015. So the credentials are there for Moodley, and the Badgers will need it today. Because Winster is on the money. She's got a point to prove.
Rightfully said, the Badgers will need all that experience from Nadine Moodley. The Northwest Dragons have identified an opportunity for them to put them under pressure.
And that one is pushed back in the air. Sure, Janae Winster is alright
A little
there.
collision there between Winster and Suya. But everything seems to be fine. We can have a beer together tonight.
I see that Moodley just chipped that, possibly held up a little bit in the wicket.
Winster to Moodley, last ball of the 12th over.
Another dot ball, good bowling by the captain Winster. End of the over, 23 for 2, 12 overs bowled.
Janine Winstar is in the middle of a very good spell here, bowling a second maiden from the first 3 overs. Sure, the Badgers batters will want to be a little bit more proactive in trying to rotate strike against them.
Tabitha Lagransi to continue from the commentary box end.
Yeah, she's Lagransi, not Lagransi. Forward defensive. Minnie does the fielding. It's not a very common Afrikaans surname, Lagransi. Most of them is Lagransi, like you've got Kennedy and O. Kennedy. Lagransi in. Oh, that's wide down the leg. Tiny wicket keeping by Verusha Reddy.
Very good take there from Reddy. Moved well to stop that.
Yeah, there's one thing that you can observe from this Northwest Dragons team, and Jason, both you and Nathan alluded to the fact that they've been competitive, they're just always missing out on a victory, mainly due to a lack of support for Mignon de Pree. But they are definitely a properly coached team, properly coached outfit. After they've been promoted to professional series.
No, definitely agree with you there, Albertus. It's just been unlucky results. Been not going their way. Just watch this ball, Salia on strike. Some good movement there. Another dot ball.
Salia is a batter which reminds one a lot, although she's not in the same class. Jacques Callis. Very technical correct. Take her time to play herself in. We must ask her sometime who is an idol as a batsman. Wide outside of, wired by umpire Falkway. She played for the Dragons before. Then she moved to the Knights. Then the Knights been relegated. There's a bit of a tendency like that in women's domestic cricket. Lagransi in. Just knock that one back.
Nathan, you mentioned earlier the Northwest are identifying the moments, they're playing the moments very well, regardless of whether they can have 4 fielders out on the boundary. They've opted to keep.
Oh, that's a great delivery, great wicket keeping by Reddy, missing the outside edge of the bat, and you can hear the oohs and the ahs here from the crowd just behind us or below us. Good over from Tabitha Lagransi.
The only thing that's missing there is the edge. Deserved an edge.
Yeah, and so here, just walk back, take a breather. There you can see it's on moving away from the right-hander. Good bowling, Tabitha Lagransi. A few wides that was been bowled earlier this morning, but all in all, they did quite well to restrict the Badgers to a run rate of 1.9.
It's been a great start by them. As you mentioned, in the second power play, they've only had 2 fielders out on the boundary, fine leg and third man for the seamers, and only 1 for Janine Winstar with deep mid wicket. Everyone else in the ring getting tight to stop those quick signals.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, I mean, if you look at the batter, and I know that we've mentioned it earlier, Isabelle Solier is one of the premier batsmen in this competition. She normally takes her time to play herself in. She struggled to get going and to get the momentum here. Winstar in to Moodley, who faced 28 deliveries for her 5.
And one has to give credit to Janine Winstar and the Northwest Dragons women as well for that, because they keep the fielding tight and the fielders are backing up the bowlers as well.
not a dot ball.
It would be interesting to see how many dot balls they've been in this inning so far.
Yeah, it's great to see the change in environment, which seems to have done Winster all the good.
She beats the outside edge again there. She's very challenging. In this last 2 overs, she's beaten the outside edge twice of Moodley's. She's able to challenge the inside and the outside half of the bat, which is great to see. Great work again by Reddy behind the stumps there.
And I just went to go have a look there. It seems like there's been 70 dot balls in this innings so far. That has to go to credit to the bowlers and to the fielders out there. But also the Garden Route Badgers not showing that intent to rotate the strike.
Yeah, they've been really bogged down. Good observation there, Nathan. Now it's 62 out of 74 balls being dot balls. With offer there, that one will run away for 4, and great execution there. She waited for the short pitch delivery, cut that one away for 4, and Winster, she asked all the questions. She's been very economical. This one just short, and Moody pierced a gap in the offside field to pick up a welcome boundary.
That's the first time she's missed a length in this spell. She's been a length and a line on this occasion, and she gets duly punished for that.
And that's a wide.
Just trying to overcorrect that one and just misses a line. Winster to Moodley, last ball of the 14th over. Just work that one down to much wicket. That's a misfield, and that was another run.
A good awareness there by the batters. Unnecessary misfield. The fielding of the Dragons in this first 14 overs has been very good.
Certainly a great effort, a team effort on show here by the Northwest Dragons.
Tabitha Lachransi to continue from the commentary box end. Nadine Moodley will be on strike.
That's a bread and butter shot for Moodley, short, and pulled away over the fine leg boundary for 4. She's very strong on the leg side. Anything that is short on offer, she will either hook it or will pull it and dispose it over the boundary fence.
Good comeback there by Tabitha Lachransi. Better line and length there on the offside.
Yeah, Nadine Moodley has played 109 matches in this format over a period of 15 years, with a highest score of 127 for KwaZulu-Natal against the Northwest Dragons. Ooh, that's on the edge, not wired by umpire Falkwane.
It's great longevity there for Nadine Moodley.
Yeah, there's, as we said earlier, there's also a match down in Cape Town at Newlands where World Sports Betting Western Province is taking on the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Short, pulled 4, that's great shot. You can't bowl to Moodley there. She will punish you. And she picked up 4, a boundary 4. And Western Province, also a bit of a slow start. They are now 48 for 3. They're also in the 16th over. Well, here we are in the 15th over. But good news for Western Province is that Faye Tunnicliffe is still batting. 48 for 3 into over number 16 at Cape Town. The news here at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn, the Garden Route Badgers 35 for 2. So Nathan, it's your first women's game that you commentate?
It is. It's my first one.
And the first hour of women's commentary, what's your impression on the quality and the standard of the game?
It's a big difference. Women's cricket has come a long way in the last few years. Very, very impressed with the quality of cricket.
No, I'm very glad to see it. I mean, we've also been privileged here to see it, and I know that from you come Northern Cape, there's also women's cricket there. In fact, there's a lady here that's playing for the Badgers, Lucian Swart. She hails from Uppington. She played for Northern Cape. She's one of the stars of the Badgers team. End of the over, 39 for 2 after 15. And it's a regular increase in all the disciplines. Jason, you from the coaching side?
Yeah, I think with women's cricket generally, the skills have gotten better as the years have went by. I think with it being more professional now, with it being professional and contracts being offered at affiliate level, it's certainly improved the standard because coaching takes place on a regular basis, on a full-time basis.
Yeah. We'll first focus on Janae Winster. Into Celia, 39 for 2. And I mean, it's not necessary to repeat it. The last 3 ICC finals, the Proteas women were the silver medalists, which is an exceptional performance. Through to the keeper.
They've been exceptional, and it's all credit to the women's game at this level, the professional level, domestic level. The players come from this. They play in this competition.
I have to agree with that. It's all because of how serious the women's game has been taken in South Africa by CSA and as well by the unions around the country.
Yeah, it obviously all started with resource allocation, and that enhanced the profile of the game in South Africa. It's always great when you walk around in a shopping mall and somebody start a conversation, they start with women's cricket. Difficult to determine who's the favourite of the people. But I guess Laura Wolford always get the tick. On the back foot. There's a dive there towards the right. Another maiden over from Winster. She bowled 5 overs. She only conceded 8 runs. End of the over. And I guess we will have another further 2 overs before we will have the mid-morning drinks.
That's just been a great start so far by Winster and the Northwest Dragons women.
Yeah, very good captaincy. The moment that Tabitha Lagrange has been punished, we will see another change in bowling. A very patient 35-run partnership here between Moodley and Sillier.
And they're slowly picking up the scoring rate. Prior to that, Janae Winster made an over. They had scored 14 runs of the previous 2 overs.
So it's Rodier Denason who has been brought into the attack. Well, that is a surname that I heard before. It's not a very familiar surname in South Africa.
Denason.
Denason.
When you sit in the commentary box, you get some challenges with surnames around.
Yeah, we've got a very diverse country, and the surnames and the names are always diverse and sometimes difficult to pronounce, so we need to rely on one another.
It's a good start there by Denison. Sitting the inside half of Moodley's bat.
Short. Oh, so there was definitely something to that.
So only the two fielders out in deep square boundary and cow corner. So Northwest Dragons still feeling they're on top, and rightfully so, with a scoring rate only at 2.4 to the over.
And the right to only have two fielders out on the boundary. Seems to be a lot of depth on that delivery there from Denison.
It almost looked like it would be a juicy full toss for Moodley there, and then just dipped at the last moment. That's good awareness by Celia.
Partnership moves to 36 runs between Moodley and Cilliers.
They've done a great job so far, Denison to Celia. Just consolidating, and as we were speaking earlier about the dot balls, probably had to mention that earlier, and then all of a sudden from there on the run rate started increasing as well.
Yeah, talking about the surname Donation, and whilst the nation is walking back, that's Rodeer Donation. We'll just come to that, why the surname is in a way familiar. Firmly hit by Cilliers, no run added to the total. That's long ago, but I'm a keen rugby follower. In 1956 there was a Springbok lock forward, Chris Donation. So it's not a very familiar surname in South Africa, and we can later ask Rodeer if she's maybe related to Chris Donation, who played for South Africa in 1956. But nevertheless, that is the end of this session. The Badgers now 40 for 2 after they won the toss this morning, and without any hesitation, Zinhle Kula is opted to have a bat first. They lost 2 early wickets. All she made 4. She was bowled by Nini, and Mapu also lost her wicket, caught from the bowling of Bogatsu. Bit of a recovery score, 40 for 2, and we will also enjoy, I think.
Just can't afford to lose another wicket now. We've got a bad habit, the Badgers, of second you lose a wicket, you lose 2 or 3. I wonder what it must be like for someone like Jane or Tabita to be playing against their whole team.
So the players, it's not that hot. They had a cool refreshment. We also had a cool refreshment here, a non-alcoholic beverage in the commentary box. And Janae Winster, she will continue to operate from the Freda Street end of the ground. She's been exceptionally economical. The score 17 for 2. After the Badgers has won the toss this morning, they opted to have a bat first. Nadine Moodley is on 18. She was quite aggressive in one of the previous overs from Tabitha Lagranzi. And in fact, I thought the captain will keep herself on. But we will see a bowling change from the Freda Street end of the ground. Koketsu Lesenyeko or Lesenyejo.
I would have thought that Janae would have kept herself on, but obviously that's why she's captain and he's sitting on top here. So first ball after drinks.
She's bowling left arm. Jason, your views that Janae Winster has taken herself off. She has been very, very economical and very good bowling.
Interesting call from the captain.
Yeah, as Nathan said, she's the captain. Into the pocket by Nadine Moodley. She picked up another single. Yeah, Nadine Moodley will be desperate to show a point here. Very experienced campaigner. Lesenyejo.
It's a much better line there from Lesenyejo. Much better line and length. Let's bring the batter forward. Bring the stumps into play.
And capitalized by Solier. She picked up a boundary for
Great batting there by Celia. Identifying a flighted delivery just outside of, using her feet to get to the pitch. Well hit, straight over the bowler's head.
Yeah, it's a big day for Badgers cricket. We're not going to be biased, Jason and Nathan. Our focus will be here, but there are also two other representative teams that are in action. Lesenyejo to Solier. There's a fielder now posted on the boundary. It is Janae Winster, the captain, on the long on boundary. The professional men's team is taking on the Knights in their last pool match in Bloemfontein. And then also, of course, there is the match between the Gardenwood Badgers Colts and Eastern Province that is played at St. George's Park in Abega. We will also update you on that. The end of the over, a good over from the Badgers' point of view, with that boundary fall from Isel Solier, taking the score to 47 for 2 after 18. And I mentioned the tactical change where Janae Winster has taken herself off. I really think I'm not in agreement necessarily with that, but we will be able to judge that as the game unfolds.
Yeah, I think generally after a drinks break or any interval, you still want to continue putting pressure on your opposition. You don't want to release that pressure.
And just opening the door to the Gardenwood Badgers with that one. As we see the first ball after the 19th over ball. As you want to keep the pressure, as you said, Jason, you don't want to open the door to the Gardenwood Badgers women. Now they'll see there's a new bowler. Try to be on top of that bowler in their first over, and rightfully so, Isel Solier took advantage of that one.
Yeah, it's well played from the Badgers, getting 7 runs off that first over from Lesenyejo.
Oh, that's a great shot by Sillier. In spite of a great effort there by Nini, she's dived over the ball, and that brought up the 50 for the Badgers. Well, the sun has also break through the clouds here, and as the sun also break through the cloud for the Badgers.
And the Northwest Dragons have opened the door for the Badgers with a change in bowling.
Danason running in. Sorry, that was Moodley who hit that boundary for Loxel here.
Well, generally, you want to bowl in partnerships. Or for you to get a new bowler into the game, you want them bowling in tandem with someone that is not going for runs.
Oh, well. Into the gap. Just wide of cow corner for 4.
2 boundaries scored from the first 4 balls of this over by Nadine Moodley. She moves to 28 from 51. The strike rate certainly improving the longer she's out there.
And the run rate achieved is also increased to 2.8, so good signs here by the Garden Route Badgers. Good fielding there from on bowling there by Danason.
A great patience showed here from the Badgers. Wait for the bad ball. Moodley on strike. She's on 28. Forward defensive.
With that previous boundary by Moodley as well, that also brought up the 50 partnership between Celia and Moodley. Excellent partnership by these two.
Yeah, very well execution. So, listen, Yehu in from the Freda Street end of the ground. Work for Janae Winster.
And one has to give credit to these two batters because Northwest Dragons was tight, their field was tight in, and then all of a sudden a few boundaries and the field is starting to spread. On the offside, the fields aren't walking in so tightly anymore.
Yeah, good observation there. This is wide. This is hit wide. Capitalize. Over extra cover for 4. A boundary for Moodley. And I said it earlier, and I'm going to be critical. You need to be critical always. As you say, she was the captain. But I just think a tactical mistake made by Winster. Maybe there's a reason why she's keeping herself back. We will never understand how the brain trust is working. But they really, at that specific point in time, had the Badgers under pressure, and Moodley capitalized with a boundary. Look, she missed out on one there. Normally a very good puller and a hooker for cricket ball, Nadine Moodley.
I think the Northwest Dragons have certainly missed a trick here. Tactically, with Janae Winster having bowled 4 overs, still afford to let her go for a few more, just to keep that pressure on and hopefully break this partnership.
Yeah, Jason, I mean, we watch a lot of Janae Winster. She's very good when she puts the pressure on a batter, and there's also pressure from the other side. That's just where she's destructive. That was why she was so successful. And she did well. She really bowled well this morning. I mean, credit to her.
Listen here, to Moodley, last ball of 20th over.
60 for 2. For the first time, the Badgers have reached a run rate of 3 per over. 20 overs gone, and the score 60 for 2. The Badgers has scored 41 runs in the last 10 overs between overs 11 and 20. And in the context of the game, and that was also observed by both Jason and Nathan, the great patience demonstrated by the Badgers to resurrect their innings after they lost their second wicket in the second over with a score only on 5.
They've done very well, these two, Celia and Moodley. They've been very patient in their approach. At some point, they look like they're going nowhere. They're scoring at 1.9 to the over. Now they've picked that run rate up to 3 to the over.
Yeah, we haven't got the exact and the correct batting lineup of the Badgers. It will be interesting to see who will come in and bat at number 5, but I can only imagine that Henry Derksen will fulfill that position. Bowling change from the commentary box end of the ground. Erxleben. Well, that's going to be a test for our pronunciation. Erxleben.
Celia on strike for the Garden Route Badgers. Erxleben on the bowler from commentary box end. Missed out on that one there.
Presented with a wide one, but probably been called wide. Didn't get enough on that.
It's a good running there by the Garden Route Badgers.
It's a great signal there. Well weighted shot by Celia.
Moodley has just decided to change gears after drinks. She raced to 32 with a almost 60 strike rate as well. A reverse sweep is coming out as well.
She certainly picked up her intent to try and score. And credit to her, she's taken advantage of some ordinary bowling that she's been presented with that allowed her to access the boundaries.
That ball is chipped straight. And it's an excellent catch by Nini at mid-on. And there's the breakthrough the Northwest Dragons woman was looking for.
Well, there is a bit of questions asked. That's the departure of Nadine Moodley. A wicket for Erxleben. Thank you to a former SWD captain, who these days are the cricket manager at the Northwest University and also commentator Conrad de Swart, for helping us with the correct pronunciation of that surname, Erxleben.
Erxleben.
So it's Erxleben who got the breakthrough, 61 for 3. Nadine Moodley, well, she will feel that she most probably missed out there, but a great effort and a great catch taken there by Ntabi Singh Nini, and that's a second hand in a wicket this morning.
And credit to Erxleben on that occasion. She beat Moodley in flight there. The ball depth and Moodley couldn't get to the pitch of the ball, couldn't get over the ball to keep it down.
Yeah, and this time we will compliment the bowler, the captain, Janae Winster, for immediately make the bowling change. She removed the nation from the attack, and a wicket for Erxleben.
That wicket brings Henry Derksen to the middle.
She needs no introduction on the domestic circuit. Henry Derksen, she just returned from the World Cup.
It's Niego to continue from the Freda Street end. First ball is punched straight down the ground by Isel Celia, which will bring Henry Derksen on strike. Face the first ball of the morning.
Well, it looks like Luciano took a little bit of a knock on the head. Concussion protocol. get checked out.
In the other contest between the Hollywoodbets and Western Province, Hollywoodbets Dolphins and Western Province at Newlands in Cape Town. It's an interesting contest. Western Province currently 76 for 4 in over number 21. So very similar to the situation here at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn, where the Badgers are now 62 for 3.
And the senior hall is good to go again. Anthony Jackson taking strike for the first time.
Now, Jackson, she also obviously played for Free State before when she was a student at the University of the Free State, and her highest total in this format was for Free State. Firmly hits that one. It was a hand to that, but it will not prevent a single.
Celia punch that one down too long on for single.
Now, she almost played more matches for South Africa international format than on this level. She played 19 ODIs for South Africa, and her average is exactly the same as it is in this format. So she's been very consistent, making the jump to international level.
That is good to see. As the 2024 ICC will come over there.
22 overs gone, 63 for 3.
It must be.
So at Lieben, she will continue, and on strike is Isel Salier, who is on 21.
Celia just punched that one straight down too long on for another single.
What's been interesting to observe from Celia is that since the fall of that Moodley wicket, it looked like she's shown a little bit more intent in a stroke making.
Well, she's faced over 10 overs. She's been a long time out in the middle, so I should be in by now. And this, as the sun also starting to warm up the recreational ground.
Yeah, with 65 balls faced thus far, she should be seeing it. Should be seeing beach balls there. Should be firmly in control of what she's doing.
Another dot ball there. This is excellent bowling by Ashleyman.
Like she's taking pace off the ball, forcing the batters just to create a little bit more power themselves here.
Some good fielding, some good bowling by the Northwest Dragons. just popped up in the air, but no foul, no harm done.
There's that lack of pace again. She just flights it up nicely, gets it to them very quickly without pace on it. She gets that leading edge on that occasion.
Just stuck just in front of square on the leg side for another single. And the reduction will keep the strike. Garden Route Badges women currently 65 for 3 after 23 overs.
So listen, Diego will continue. Daxon.
She's finding it a little bit difficult to come with terms with this lack of pace from these two spinners.
You can see she's becoming a little bit frustrated there by Sedaya Salia. So it's Derrickson on strike, sorry. She's becoming...
Salia.
She's not being able to rotate the strike as well.
Yeah, she's an international player of stature, and she will soon need to find her feet here. Work for Mignon de Prier.
Another ball punch into the offside. Good fielding by Northwest Dragons. Just keeping the star of Garden Route Badges quiet at this stage. And that one is through the gap.
The trademark of a quality player, to find the gap on the offside. She pierces a gap and she collects a couple. End of the over, taking the score to 63 for 5.
68 for 3 rather.
Sorry, Jason. It's 67 for 3. 68 for 3. Alicia Axleben will continue. Oh, there's a shot there. Pretty far forward, maybe just hitting outside the line of off stump. We would like to take us through this one.
I think that's certainly hitting outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, no,
Flighted
good-
delivery.
Good call there. She correctly said that delivery was flighted indeed. Well, we saw this in the World Cup. No, that is still here. The score is not correct here on your screen. That is a maximum for Isal Solier. Apologies for that. Our technicians are working on it. She came down the track, advances, and she clears the boundary. Isal Solier. Short, cut, Straight to the field and no run added to the total.
And that previous 6 was also the first one of the innings as well.
It's credit to the bowling from Northwest. It's been very good.
Short into the gap, 2 loose deliveries by Axelieben, and Cilliers punishes her for another boundary.
And that use of feet from Cilliers earlier in the over has forced Axelieben to overcorrect here slightly, trying to ding one into the pitch, drops a shot and gets punished.
Now Cilliers, that's the way how she bats. She plays herself in, and anything that is short or wide, she will punish you severely. I mean, you spoke about boundaries, and we spoke about the bowling change where Janae Winster removed herself from the attack. In her 5 overs, she bowled 26 dots, so only 4 scoring shots in that spell of 5 overs against the captain. Axelieben in. And that's another single. Good over for the Badgers, taking their score to 78 for 3. Yeah, there was of course that 57-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between Nadine Moodley. She made 32. She's been caught by and Tabi Singh Nini from the bowling of Alessa Axelieben for 32. And then Isel Cilliers has now surpassed Moodley as the highest scorer of the innings thus far. She's on 33 from 71 balls. She had 1 6 and 4 4s. And to continue operating from the Freedom Street end of the ground is Koketsu Lesanyehu. Into her 5th over, she conceded 17 runs.
Cilliers just punching that one down too long on as well for another single. It's been good to see how the scoring rate has increased, the intensity of the Badgers batters as well, especially from Cilliers.
Now this partnership in the context of the game will be a vital one. Jackson once again shows her class as he pierces a gap on the offside. She didn't have to hit that one as firm as she would like to. Work for Mignon de Prier, but they will collect another boundary.
Where the bowler just went a little bit quick and wide of off stump. That's different to how she approached the previous over against Derksen, where she slowed it down and Derksen struggled to get off strike. But she's changed her tactic on this point, and the field also changes. We sweep out on the boundary on the offside.
We'll just keep an eye on the umpire. It's wided by umpire Sanmarie Strydom, and we haven't seen a lot of wides. We'll confirm the number of wides soon. Lesanyago in to Cilliers. Straight to Mignon de Prier. Also, after this over, have a look at the score in the first test match between South Africa and India at Eden Gardens in Kolkata. Lesanyago in. Flight, hit, work for Janae Winster on a long off boundary. Another single taking the score to 80. Pierce into the gap, great execution from Derksen. Short pitch delivery and hit for 4. She shows her experience. The taller of the 2 batters, both of them long blonde hair. There you can see short, in the gap, 4 runs.
That was struck extremely hard by Anne Derksen. That will take, after 26 overs, Garden Route Badgers women, 89 for 3, with a run rate of 3.5.
A great acceleration in the run rate. We'll come back to the test match. South Africa in their first innings 159. They did well to restrict India to 189 for a deficit of 30. South Africa currently against the ropes at 40 for 3. Rickleton went for 11, Markham for 4, and Vian Mulder for 11. And Temba Bavuma and Tony de Zorzia at the crease. So Tabi Singh Nini, she got a wicket of Julia Hall. She's back into the attack. She bowled quite well this morning, but that was with a new ball, and it is 1 for 11 in her 4 overs.
I think Northwest Dragons, especially in the previous over against Daxon, they're missing the trick. Starting to bowl a little bit quicker into the wicket, making it easier for him to pounce onto her back foot.
Yeah, and with Derksen, slowly but surely finding her feet, and Silio is the informed batter. She's been there for 76 deliveries already. The bowling disciplines of the Dragons will now be tested. In the gap, she'll pick up a couple.
There's some ordinary running there. Only stayed for 1.
Work there by Tabitha Lafranci, but I will agree with you. It was not very good running between them, if we're critical, and we are indeed, because they are, in fact, the one is an international player, and the other one of the most respected batters in the domestic circuit, or on the domestic circuit.
There's something interesting I saw there now. Tabitha Lafranci bowls right and throws a bullet with the left arm.
Good observation. The great Graeme Pollock was the same. He was batting left and bowling right arm.
Good over so far by Nini. Only 1 considered of the first 4 deliveries. To close off this over.
That one is punched to a long on for a single by Derksen. Tabi Singh has a field set out. 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, so length has to be spot on.
What's even more interesting is the field setting to the 2 batters. When Silia is on strike, Miron is up in the cycle. When Daxon is on strike, she drops to the boundary.
And Derksen is the batter, that's the new batter.
Derksen
So that's
is the new
purely the name.
There's international credentials there for you.
I mean, you refer to this, and it's also all the disciplines, but also the tactical awareness that has improved dramatically in the women's game.
I have to agree with you there about this. And another bowling change from the Freda Street end for the Northwest Dragons. That will be Barber, that will be bowling from the Freda Street end. The Northwest Dragons women just leaking a few runs more than they would like in the last few overs. Sarah Barber to Anne Derksen. Just stuck that one down to deep square for a single.
So Sarah Barber into Isal Solier.
Sarah Barber made a debut in 2023, October of 2023, for the Lions versus Free State in Bloemfontein, and she recently just joined the Northwest Dragons at the start of the season.
It's only one, taking Solier to 36.
Celia has done an excellent job for her team. She was going at about 20-25 strike rate most of the innings, and strike rate has just increased to just below 50. Still out in the middle. Barber to Derrickson at inside edge. Just runs away to a vacant fine leg area. It's only a single.
I think Celia has played a great inning thus far. Make sure that she gets control of the innings after they were 5 for 2 in the second over.
Yeah, Solier was impressive in the first two matches, 65 against Western Province and 70 not out in that victory against the Dolphins.
During this innings, he's as well taken the top spot on the run scoring leaderboard. Last ball of the 28th over. And it's a dot ball. 94 for 3 after 28 overs.
Yeah, we spoke about South Africa's success on the international scene, reaching 3 World Cups, 2 in the T20 format, and obviously the previous one in the 50 over format in India and Sri Lanka. And Annemarie Derksen has been a member of those two squads. She played in the final in the UAE in the T20, and also 2 weekends ago against the home side India in Mumbai. Innings been economical, 1 for 14 and 5.
Starts well again on that off stump line. Bring Derrickson onto the front foot.
Now, we said it numerous times, Derrickson represented SWD at junior level, and then in the 2018-19 season she made a debut for the seniors. Very calm and collective, busy building on her innings here, and she can be very, very destructive when she's set. We saw this last year when she hit an outstanding century at this very same ground against the Lions, enabled the Badgers to score 233, which was not enough.
Now that's where the question lies, whether Northwest have made it too easy for her to be able to get into the game by spreading the field to her early on in her innings.
And any bet, the batter needs some time to get in. So Nini to Celia. She's working it down to square leg and they're turning around for a second. That's good running.
Very good running. Two great athletes in front of the wickets.
Yeah, and any batter just coming in to face their first ball of the innings or first part of the innings needs time and to just open up the field for, I think the Northwest Dragons missed the trick there.
Oh, that's a great stop. That's a very good stop from Mignon de Pree. Well, well, well.
There's a bit of confusion out in the middle. They safely make it back.
You referred to her earlier today, but we can refer to her as the elder stateswoman.
It's great work there in the covers by Mignon de Pree. I think Nathan, you rightly mentioned it. Any new better needs time to get into the game, into a flow. And spreading the field out to them makes it easier for them to achieve that.
Yeah, she was one of the main players for the South African women's team between 2007 and 2018, and I refer to Mignon de Pree, where she captained, of course, the Proteas. The fielding there, third man, has been done by Tabitha Lagranzi. So we're back into the action here. 29 overs gone. The Badgers, courtesy of a partnership of 57 runs for the third wicket between Nadine Moodley and Isel Solier. They are now 97 for 3 as we approach over number 30 to be bowled by Sarah Barber from the Free Street end of the ground. Barber, impressive. She only conceded 3 runs. And I think in the back of their minds, just watch this delivery. It will be a dot ball. The Dragons will be mindful of the abilities of both these two, but more specifically of Derksen, that can tear any bowling attack apart. And Janae Windsor will be key. She's still got 5 overs left.
The question is when we'll see take the ball again. These two batters really look set at this moment.
Correct. Look set and setting it up for a big one here. This one is in the gap. It will run away for 4. Just backward of square on the offside. 4 runs for Derksen.
Annelie Derksen has done a brilliant job so far in piercing that offside field. Just hitting the gaps, whether it's for a couple of runs or a boundary. Also take the Garden Route Badgers to 101 for 3 after 29.3 overs. Chasing a wide one also there, managed to get a lot of bat on that one down to the sweeper on the offside.
She did very well to get bat on that. It was very wide. This partnership is threatening here. Derksen 18 from 26. Celia, the mainstay, 39 from 86 balls thus far.
Couldn't pierce the gap on the offside. Filling is done by the 36-year-old Mignon de Pree. It's great to see her still giving something back to the game, and obviously adding to the quality of the game.
That is certainly true. You want former internationals out on the domestic circuit, guiding the young ones that are coming through, showing them the ropes, now to carry themselves in professional cricket.
Yeah, just also to give context to the consistent increase in the run rate between overs number 26 and 30. The Badgers has scored 33 runs in those 5 overs.
And it's now the bowling change from the commentating box end. Will be Tabita Lachransi to get back into the attack. 4 overs, no wicket for 15 runs conceded in the first spell.
With 7 wickets in hand, yeah, Nathan. And 20 overs left, 19.5 to be precise. What would be the thinking there, the Garden Route Badgers?
Just well, it's an outside edge and it's dropped. It's an opportunity missed, and that's a big opportunity.
That is a big one, Anthony Jackson. The keeper up to the stumps. They're always difficult.
Ferranusha ready. That's a big edge there. As we look at this ball from Lachransi to Derksen. Another plain miss. So to answer your question there, Jason, I think the longer these two are out here in the middle, Garden Route Badgers would look at anything between 230 to 240, and after the start they've reached, I think that would be an excellent score for them.
Yeah, with this partnership on 41 at this point in time. And Celia having faced 88 balls for a 39. I think it should be clear that you would look for her to bat throughout the innings, then let everyone else just bat around her.
Northwest Dragons started brilliantly in this innings, but just that opportunity after drinks. Garden Route Badgers, can't say just to another dot ball there. No, Garden Route Badgers was 40 for 2 at drinks, that's 13.5 overs ago, and they scored 62 runs since the drinks break. So it just shows you the increase in the scoring rate since then.
Has been down to a combination of some good shots played, but also at times, see this ball. It's wide of off stump, only goes for 1. At the end of the 31st over, Garden Route Badgers 103 for 3. I think if you look at from the drinks break onwards, from 40 for 3 to 102, 103 for 3 after 31. And down to good shots played, yes. But as well, I thought the changes in the bowling were a little bit questionable in some of the tactics employed, especially to a new batter where the field is spread out, allowing them to get into the game a little bit easier.
So Sarah Barber, she conceded 8 runs in 2 overs. She will continue operating from the Freda Street end of the ground. And we can anticipate that we will see Sinead Winster bowling right at a depth between overs number 40 and 50 with the 5 overs that she's got left.
Now the question with that, Alberta, is whether that will not be too late for her to come back into the attack.
We speculate about that, but we've still got a further 29 overs left in this innings to be proven wrong. All right. 19, sorry, 19.
Looking for 2 there. another single, so 2 singles to start the over with.
And for the Northwest Dragons, they should be looking to break this partnership. And then that begs the question, who do you look to? And the best bowler for them thus far has been Janay Winster. Spin might be the answer for them to break through the current route Badgers batting lineup.
Yeah, South Africa disappointing. They're 56 for 4 against India in their second innings. So effectively 26 runs ahead. And that, Nathan, is not good news for the Proteas in their quest to defend their title successfully. Oh, it's a good delivery.
No, it's not. It's not a good start. But that wicket has been turning, so South Africa would be looking to get a decent lead. But being 4 down early on with only 26 runs, the lead, it's going to be difficult to put up a competitive total there. Good punch back and good fielding from on bowling by Sarah Barber. Down to the right. Garden Route Badgers 106 for 3, 31.5 overs bowled. After this last ball, there were 18 overs left in this innings. So Leon strike, Barber the bowler, sponged from the offside. It's a quick single there. Oh.
Yeah, the throw wasn't spot on. And that allows the batters to take a single.
Sarah Barber only conceding 4 from that over.
And she's been quite economical. Having a few cold ones with something salty. Just to mix it up nicely. Nevertheless, Tabitha Lagransie will continue from the commentary box end of the ground. It's a long trip for those spectators all the way from the northwest by the look of things.
Celia on 41, 93 deliveries faced. And Red Jackson 22 not out of 35 deliveries faced. These two very important out in the middle for the Garden Route Badgers to ensure they get to a very competitive total.
Straight to Janay Winster. A bit of a misfield, sloppy.
Partnership currently at 47 between these two.
That ritual of Tabitha Lagransie. That's warded by umpire Volkwyn.
And Red is very disappointed there that she missed out on that one. No fielder placed in a fine leg area. Only have a deep square that is behind square. But that would have taken some stopping.
It's great work there from
Already.
Already.
Yeah, Reddy seems to be ready behind the stumps. She played here last year, last season, quite well remember for the Knights, and a very capable wicket keeper that can also bat.
Really done good work there. She's just put the mistake in the previous over to bed. Costly mistake dropping Annelie Derksen. An opportunity for Northwest Dragons.
That would have been a very big wicket for them. Break this partnership just before the drinks break.
Oh, was that a slow delivery with less bounce?
There was pace taken off that one to end the over. Garden Woodbedgers 110 for 3 after 33 overs.
And as we've been calling it, does look like the captain is giving a cap to the umpire.
Yeah, this will be an interesting period of this batting innings of the home side, as Janae Winster, who only conceded 8 runs in a complement of 5 overs, has brought herself back into the attack in over number 34.
It'll be very interesting to see how Annelie Derksen and Celia approach Janae Winster.
She's over the wicket, wide of the crease, short. Well, Derksen will be feeling that she missed out there. Yeah, she hit that one straight to Mignon de Pree. There will be no, there will not be a single.
And that is much better pace ball to Derksen. Slowing it down seems to give her a little bit of issues. She prefers a little bit of pace on it.
Over the top, there's an opportunity there. The catch has been taken. The catch has been taken. It's a vital breakthrough and celebration for Winster. She will be happy to see the back of Derksen in the context of the game, an important wicket.
Well, what do we know?
Yeah, what do we know?
I think we've mentioned that in this inning, when Derksen started out, the more slower the ball has been, the more trouble it seemed to have caused her. As we watch this delivery, a little bit of flight on it, bringing the stumps into play.
And a very good catch taken there.
And with that wicket as well, that would be the drinks break as well. So we will take a quick refreshment as well.
Yeah, that catch has been taken by Koketsu Lesanyehu. Very good catch, running out, holding on to the ball, and in comes the captain, Zintle Kula. An important breakthrough at the stroke of drinks, 110 for 4.
Running out during drinks. Yes, can you hear me?
So we're back after the drinks break with the news that Henry Derksen has just been dismissed. A beautiful catch taken by Koketsu Lesenyehu from the bowling of the captain Janae Winster. 110 for 4, we into over number 34, and the new batter on strike is the captain Zintle Kula.
So great strategy there by the captain of the Northwest Dragons, Janae Winster, getting the breakthrough for a team as well.
And in the context of this innings, a vital breakthrough.
That will certainly shave off a few runs that the Northwest Dragons has to chase at the end of this innings.
That's a great cut shot played by Kula. She'll come back for the second. Kula is a very aggressive batter. Would like to get on with things.
With a fall of the wicket as well, Captain Janae just brings in the fielders as well, just one out. That's a good ball for defence there. Garden Route Badger's captain, Zintle Kula, and that will bring to the close the 34th over. Garden Route Badgers 112 for 4 after 34 overs.
A very good period after the 30th over here. Bowling in tandem here, Tabitha Lachransi now with the captain or skipper Janae Winster. 112 for 4. And after the Badgers at one stage batted at 4 per over, the Dragons did well to pull things back, and they're now batting at only 3.3 per over. So here will be the key wicket here. She's on 42, facing Lachransi. Firmly struck down the ground, straight to the fielder, and that is Koketsu Lesenyahu. It's the very same Koketsu Lesenyahu who held onto a catch to see the back of Henry Derksen. I think we've got it wrong. There was a bowling change. Rodier Denason has in the meanwhile replaced Tabitha Lachransi.
Denason to Celia. That one was played upish, but another dot ball. A good start by Denason in the second spell.
Derksen made 23, Nadine Mooley 32, and then obviously Julia Wall 4 and Palesma Poo 0. Denason in.
Celia has just become an even more important part of this innings. She has to bat as deep as possible to ensure that the team gets to a very competitive total.
Yeah. It's definitely very even Stevens up to now. Firm hit. Straight to a fielder, then there's a misfield. And that will allow the batters to take a single. Good second spell from Denason. She was quickly removed after 2 overs. End of over number 35 in a very good period of 5 overs between overs number 31 and 35 for the Dragons. The Badgers only managed to score 13 runs in that 5 overs between overs number 30 and 35, 31 and 35, and obviously the loss of Henri Derksen.
Cilliers to punch the ball back down to long on for another single. Winster in a 7th over. 1 wicket with 10 runs conceding. It's a good single. That's a very good quick single there.
It's very well run between Cilliers and Kula, identifying that the fielders are hanging just slightly on the ring.
Winster to Cilliers.
That wicket has created an opportunity for Northwest Dragons to pull the squeeze on the Badgers here.
And that's a single. I don't think Winster will be too upset about that.
Should be happy to be bowling to the new batter. Albeit with only 1 ball left in the over.
Kula forward defensive. Another good over bowled by Winster. Very economical. 7 overs, 1 for 13.
Now with that big partnership broken between Cilliers and Derksen, it'll be interesting to see whether Janae Winster holds herself back for the 3 overs that she has in the bank.
Yeah, we're not going to speculate about that. She has proven her point. But there's also Alicia Alex-Lieben that will continue. Quite numerous bowling changes from this. The commentary box in, Alex-Lieben in, short. Cilliers will pick up a single as Nini does the fielding.
That also takes Cilliers to 47. 3 away from another half century.
Airborne, catch taken. Kula will be disappointed. That was a long hop outside of. She did straight to Mignon de Preux, and we will say now advantage to the Dragons. 119 for 5. That is a crucial wicket because Kula can get on with things. And in comes Mika de Ridder. There you can see.
Short and wide outside off. Kula had an opportunity to head that through the field, just spoons it up out into the covers. And what we've seen so far, how this wicket has played, being the same wicket that's been used for the 2 previous games, it has made for difficult stroke making throughout the inning.
So in comes Mika de Ridder. Now she's from the Eastern Cape. She was born in Cradock, 29 years of age. And then and she attended school at DF Malherbe in Gqeberha. And in the very same city, she studied agricultural technology at the Nelson Mandela University. And she debuted for Eastern Province in the 2010-11 season. That's 15 years down the line. And in the 23-24 season, she moved towards the west, where she joined the Garden Badgers. She's on strike short. Oh, that's a very high risk call, but one more run added to the total.
It's always a good feeling to get off first ball in your batting innings.
That's a very good start.
Very strong leg side being set to Isel Salia.
She's on 47 from 106. She's the glue of the innings. I must also say compliment to the bowlers, and specifically Alex Lieben, bowling towards their field placings. You mentioned a strong leg side field.
Bowlers have supported the captain very well. She set out plans for them, they've executed.
The rudder, that's the way that she plays. Accumulating singles towards the leg side field, finding the gap or finding space. So here we'll be aiming to find a spot on the offside. This one is just over the hands of the bowler in the vacant area, and she picked up the single. So it's 37 overs bowled, 123 for 5. Okay, just off air, the three commentators, myself, Jason and Nathan, has just give our score predictor. We're not going to disclose it to our viewers. We will focus rather on Janae Winster, who's operating from the Freda Street end of the ground with Isel Salia, who's on strike. She's on 49 from 108 balls, and can she, for the third time this season, surpassed a half-century landmark in this competition? I've mentioned it earlier, the scores against Western Province, Anna Gwen's, the Dolphins, she made half-centuries. But there's a bowling change, Oudtshoorn into the gap, there will be a single. It will only be, as we come back for the second, there's a little bit of a mix-up. The batters keep their nerve there, and the Ridder, who's got the shorter legs of the two, she dives back into her crease and to prevent a run out.
And with that as well, brings up Salia's half century, third one for the season so far in this competition, 50 of 109 deliveries.
Yeah, she add that to 65 which she made against Western Province on the 11th of October. And then on the 25th of October, there was a very impressive 70 from 75 balls in a match-winning innings against the Dolphins at Kingsmead in Durban.
Quite a contrast from 76 balls or 75 balls to 50 or 108.
Wide it by umpire suddenly straight on.
It goes to show that the wicket has been very hard for stroke making. Salia has played a good hand here for the Badgers.
just a punch towards the onside, and good running from Mika de Ridder, getting the half centurion Isal Salje on strike.
Oudtshoorn as well, bowling a 4th over since the early stages of this innings. Same with Nini. Ball started with a new ball, now with a more older ball, and this one is punched. Just down to the sweeper boundary and the offside for a single. So it would be interesting to see how Oudtshoorn started well so far in the second spell, but it would be interesting to see how this spell goes of her.
She's done very well, 1 for 6.
Yeah, it's been a while since we saw a boundary, and that is also important to restrict the boundaries. And that one is just behind square, where Alisha Axlieben does the fielding. Backward point. Very conventional field, only 2 on the leg side, square leg and mid wicket. Oh, that's a poor delivery. It's punished for 4 by de Ridder, and release and relief for the Badgers as they picked up a boundary. 131 for 5.
A rare bad ball here from Oudtshoorn, dropping it short down the leg side. Mika de Ridder takes full advantage of that, gets herself the first boundary of the inning.
And an end over with a dot ball. Garden Route Badgers, just as you were saying, it's been a while since we've seen a boundary, and not long after that, Mika de Ridder decided to make our wish come true. And that will be the end of the 38th over. Garden Route Badgers 131 for 5, with the anchor of the innings still out in the middle, Isal Salje, on 51 of 110 deliveries.
Yeah, Alisha Axlieben. She's been around the block for quite a while. She's playing in her 69th match in this format. She made a debut about a decade ago, also for the Northwest Dragons. That's a poor delivery, and I think Isal Salje will be very disappointed that she couldn't get that one towards the boundary for a 4. She is straight to Tabitha Lagransi, who's on 45 on the leg side, tidy fielding, but it will not prevent a single. Axlieben into the radar. There you can see, just rehearse that shot. The radar will be disappointed with a shot placing there. One bounce short, but at least she hit it along the ground, had not airborne, the way how Zintle Kula was dismissed. Copy and paste of the previous ball. Short, outside off, straight to the fielder.
Garden Route Badgers has been struggling on the offside. Stuck into the leg side for a quick single. That's good running by these two.
Good batting on that occasion. I think they've been struggling. It's down to both the bowling and also the conditions of play.
Yeah, unnoticed, Axlieben has picked up 100th wicket in this format of the game earlier today. So, a little milestone for her. Short. And once again, Salje, this time cuts the fielders into 2. Straight towards square leg for 4. And an important shot, an important boundary for the Badgers. Axlieben dropping that one short. Salje, she's there for quite a while. There you can see short, great execution.
she was not going to miss out again.
Straight. Nini is on the boundary. Tidy and does the fielding. End of the over. So 137 for 5 after 39. Right, so to continue bowling from the furthest street end of the ground is Sarah Barber. She's into over number 4, and on strike is Izal Solier. On the money. I must say, Solier, that's the way how she bats. She is there for 115 balls, and when it's there to be hit, she hit it, and when it's there to be blocked, she block it. In the gap. And they'll come back for a second.
It's good running again, coming on Celia. She's playing a great hand here. I think she's shown what the template is to bat on the specific surface. I'm sure the Northwest Dragons batters will be watching closely.
Yeah, and take a leaf out of her book. Experienced player. She's playing in 102nd match in this format, and today she has scored a 14th half century and added to that 3 centuries with a top score of 126 for the Northwest Dragons against Western Province in Cape Town. Great acquisition by the Badgers Brain Trust. Wyatt.
And just earlier in the innings, just missed about a few runs ago. That she just surpassed 200 runs for the season as well. So she is a very top acquisition for the Garden Route Badgers.
Yeah, from a small Free State town of Frankfurt. Great effort by Tabitha Lachransi. 1 run added to the total. That will be a couple. Can Mika River come back? She's running towards the danger end. It's a good throw, but Mika River is home. A little bit of disbelief there by Denason. But I think in spite of a great effort by Rodier Denason, the batter's picking up a couple there. Barber. Down to third man who's on the circle. End of the over. 40 overs gone. The score 144 for 5. So 39 runs scored between overs 36 and 40. And that will give us some sort of an indication what the last 10 overs can bring. Obviously the wicket of Solier will be crucial. The River is normally a batter that will offer support, good runner between the wickets, accumulate. And on the other hand, very important is that Janae Winster has still got some overs left. I think it's about 3 overs. 3 overs left in a complement of 10 overs. So all set for a very interesting battle of attrition here in the last 10 overs of this innings of the Garden Route Badgers. 144 for 5. Sillier scoring a third half century of the season. And she's facing Nini. Nini, who picked up a wicket. She picked up a single. Jason and Nathan, your take on the wicket. I mean, that's obviously the strip of 60 square meter where the contests are played on. It's not a free-flowing wicket.
If we look at the previous 2 games that have been played on it, there were quite a bit of runs scored, especially in the first game.
Will we come back for a second? Tabitha Lagransi, as Nathan correctly marked, bowl right, throws left. She runs around from square leg on the boundary, covered about 25 meters, tidy does the fielding and prevent a couple.
I think this particular strip has been used for quite a while. 2 ladies games and a few practices on it. That's why it's playing the way it is. It's a little bit on the one side, even though there's a lot of grass covering on it. Still, it's playing a little bit slower than usual. Makes it difficult for batters to hit through the line.
And Tabise Nini, so here, the straight bat out to Alisa Axleben, does the fielding. She'll not prevent a single.
Yeah, and it's just been more difficult. The difficult part for the batters has been if it's just that in between length, then that actually put the batters. Look at this ball here, Nini, to the redder dot ball. So the batters get the ball in that in between length. They're just struggling to hit the ball, get the ball away. So I still believe it looks like a good track.
Yeah, Nini is also approaching a milestone. Her next match will be her 50th in this format. And with the wicket that she picked up today, as there's a single, the rudder is coming down to the danger end. Oh, must say not good wicket keeping positioning there by Reddy. Instead of positioning herself behind the stumps, she prevents a certain run out there, Jason. Not a certain run out, but a possible run out.
Possibly the throw looked to be adjacent to the stumps, and that hit the keeper on her knee. Could have possibly done better in terms of her positioning, as you rightfully mentioned. The Garden Route Badgers are 149 for 5 after 41.
So as we spoke, Janae Winster will return. Beautiful, luscious green lawn in the centre of the Glen Karoo. Winster, she grew up in Oudtshoorn, and she will continue from the Freda Street end. Wide outside leg, so Leah will be disappointed that she missed out there. She bowled plenty of overs from that end of the ground.
It's another dot ball. Good start by Winster in the third spell.
Yeah, she made a debut 15 years ago while still at school for the Garden Route Badgers in the 2010-11 season. So yeah, firmly hit, straight, will it go all the way? There's a chase on there. Good stop there. We'll come back for a second. And Janae Winster might feel that she's at the back end of her career. She was for quite a while a member of the SA Emerging Women's team. Intelligent bowling. As you saw Cilliers walking down the crease.
A very smart bowler. She can bowl through all the phases in the match.
Work for Tabitha Lagransi. And Tabitha Lagransi, fortunately for Mika, she's throwing to the non-danger end and allows another single to be added to the total.
Winston to Cilliers, the Ridder, in the final ball of the 42nd over.
Quicker one. Yeah, I just work out that Cilliers has bowled more than 640 overs in this format of the game at a very economical rate of 3.14 per over, and that is testament of a great bowler.
Winston.
That's Winston, sorry.
Garden Route Badgers also just surpassing 150 in the previous over. 152 for 5 after 42 overs. We'll have to wait and see who scores the closest at the end of his innings.
Well, by the look of things, I will need to buy you a cold one afterwards. But I'm sure the President will allow me to have a complimentary one for you in the hospitality suite.
Never say no to that. The nation to continue from the commentating boxing.
That's a wide. Cilliers once again will feel that she missed out there.
Great work on this occasion from Reddy. Making sure she gets across to stop that. There's no one behind square, fine behind square on the leg side.
Firmly hit. Will not prevent a single. The score now 155 for 4 after 42.3 overs, 42.2. Rodier de Nuysen. That's a good single, good call there from Cilliers running to the danger end. We said earlier that this is the third half century out of 4 matches in this competition by Cilliers. She scored 65 against Western Province and 70 against the Dolphins earlier this season. She now is on 66. Jason and Nathan, if you look at the way that Cilliers is batting, it must tell you something. Compliment to some good bowling by the Dragons. I mean, she's there for 127 deliveries. She struggles sometimes to score freely. Must tell you something about this wicket. This time she advances down the track. Work for Alex Lieben. And good running, she comes back. Mika the Ridder stretching her short legs. Also a very good golfer. Single figure handicap.
It's very well run there. My Mika the Ridder coming back to the danger end.
I just made a calculation. Mine is 3 times worse than hers. And I can argue that she's got more time to play. But nevertheless, we're back into business here. The score 155, 158 for 5 after 43. Just in the background, you can hear one of the great groups of the 1980s and 1990s, Queen, the great Freddie Mercury echoing here across the ground. There you can see Sylvia, it's down on one knee. She came in the second over of the morning to come and bat. So she's already there for 41 overs. And Winster, she holds herself back. Good partnership here, 36 between the Ridder and Silvio's on 69. She's on strike. Airborne, and with that boundary she surpassed a previous best of the season. Short delivery, pulled away for 4 behind square on the leg side, taking her to 73. And with Mignon de Pre still to come into bat, at this specific point in time, Isel Sillier is now the top run scorer in this competition for the season. The juicy full toss, and that's 4 more. Well. This is a crucial stage in the game where I think my score prediction will let myself down as Sillier start hitting the boundaries.
And just to come back to what you said in the previous over as well, that this has just been testament to the bowling of the Northwest Dragons. That Sillier just looked like she is just broadening that shoulders now at this stage.
She's been presented with some ordinary bowling, the first 2 balls of this over.
Listen, Yahoo. But still couldn't pierce a gap on the offside, and that was a short pitch delivery. Koketsu Lesenyahu. Firmly hit out towards long off.
Make her on strike, 14 from 16. She's played a good supporting act here, rotating the strike.
Yeah, that's a typical trademark shot for Mika de Heur. 1 behind square on the leg side. She's picking up a single. And for those of you, and we will not be biased, that's following Garden Route Badgers cricket. The Garden Route Badgers Colston is chasing 137 to win against Eastern Province at St George's Park. They are now 55 for 3. That's 1 more for Sillier, and a very expensive over for Lesenyehu. And one of the batters that's batting there currently is the former SA Under-19 and SA Schools captain, a student of Wynberg Boys High in Cape Town. He's on a professional contract. That's Benjamin Henson. He's on 8 knots out, and with him is Jonathan Best on 12 not out. But our attention is here at the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn. 44 overs been bowled. The Badgers 169 for 5, and well, they are set for, I think Nathan, your run predictor was 200. They're going to set here to at least accumulate 200 here.
And from this stage onward to 6 overs left, they should be able to get to 200, and that should put them in the game.
So Alicia Erkslieben, bit of on an expensive side, 2 for 26.
And that also from previous over brought up the 50 partnership. And it's just, let's just look at this one from Axleben to Salia.
This is one down to third man. Not enough pace on that to run away for 3, but they will pick up a couple.
Mika the Redder was looking ready to turn back for the third one there.
For 1 minute thought that this can be close to a record, the best 6-wicket partnership for the Garden Route Badgers. But certainly one of the best partnerships in the professional era. Michaela Andrews and Caroline Rhodes in the 2018-19 season has scored 132 runs for the 6-wicket for SWD against Kai. So Ye will be desperately disappointed. She missed out on a boundary opportunity there.
And Axleben just let that one go through, and that's good awareness by the Redder, turning back for the second.
It just lapses in concentration here, taking the score to 172. Salia, I think she will be keen to push on to that magical 3-figure landmark. She's 18 runs away from that, and it's definitely within her reach. But Axleben has got other ideas. She's bolder. Salia departs for 82, 81, pardon. Commentator's curse. Yeah, this is a funny old game. You're never on top, and the bowler has always got the final say. Well played, Isel Salia, and a great partnership, or an important partnership here.
She has definitely brought the team back into this contest. Brilliant innings by Salia. Fifth, that will also bring to the end the 54-run partnership. Garden Route Badgers 173 for 6, 44.3 overs.
Not a convincing batting performance here, but I think the back of their minds 200 is definitely reachable, as in comes Nicolien Janse van Rensburg.
Well bowled on that occasion from Axleben, getting under, squeezing under the bat of Isel Salia to clean bowler.
Yeah, not as fluent as Isel Salia would like to. She grafted hard, and a well played 83, and we will maybe, just on camera, you can see the captain, Sinead Winster. She will definitely bowl what is left in a complement of 10 overs.
That inning was so important for the Garden Route Badgers. 83 runs.
Big smiles on the face of Axleben. She's just got the pricey wicket of Isel Salia. Nicolien Janse van Rensburg. Also feel that she missed out on that one down leg. She picked up a single, she's off the mark.
Yeah, there has been granted with some opportunities as well, just not fully taken by the Garden Route Badgers.
Yeah, meanwhile down in Cape Town, Western Province, they surpassed the 200, and like they've got Danae van Niekerk, who's also like Mignon de Pre, ex-international experienced player. She's on 78 from 85 balls. A tap and a run there from the Ridder. The throw is by the keeper ready. They picked up a single. Yeah, it's great to see players like, we said it earlier, Mignon de Pre, Danae van Niekerk. It's great to see them making a contribution. Also for the Lions, Sonette Viljoen Low, to mention a few.
Slight misfield there, but didn't cost anything.
5 overs left. Garden Route Badgers 176 for 6.
Yeah, like between overs number 41 and 45, it was the same case between overs number 41 and between overs number 36 and 40. Also between 41 and 45, the Badgers has been consistent. They scored 39 runs in those 5 overs respectively. So that will tell you that they basically batted around 8 and over, and or 8 and over.
Johnny Winster back into the attack, starts off with a dot ball.
We'll take them to 220. That was Jason's predicted score. But Winster has got other ideas. She has still got one more over left. Van Rensburg is work for long off on the boundary, and it's 1 run added to the total.
And they'll look for these two to bat till the 50th over. If they do that, they'll comfortably get close to 220.
210 should be the prediction, but let's wait and see what happens. Winster, obviously, as I said, she's still got 8 balls to bowl. That's good improvisation, but it will not be a boundary. They'll come back for the second. The runner is home. I'm very impressed with Mika today, Jason and Nathan.
She's kept the game moving. She hasn't allowed for the bowlers to bog her down. From the first ball she faced, she got off the mark.
Yeah, she's batting it around the ball.
She's always looked to rotate the strike.
Absolutely. Oh, she will feel that she missed out, but it's wided by umpire Sanmarie Strydom. That's actually very unfamiliar for Janae Winster to bowl a wide.
On the leg side, especially with no fielders on the boundary. On the leg side. Any bet on that to run away for 4?
Very premeditated innovation there.
Just a tad too wide to try and play that one.
Maybe with a little bit more swing on it, more power onto it. And that's a much better option to take with a fielder set up on the leg side.
Yeah, South Africa, they'll be very disappointed their performance against India today. A deficit of 30 runs in the first innings. They're now 93 for 7, and that is a lead of only 63 runs. So that stumps. So we will definitely not see day 4 and day 5 in that test match. Very unlikely to see day 4 and 5, Jason.
Very unlikely. It will take a special batting performance from the last three wickets to get us to day 4.
We've seen funny things in cricket. Alex Lieben in. Van Rensburg. He's a strong hitter for cricket ball. Tidy fielding. Very good fielding there. Not the strongest of arms, but well done.
Sarababa.
By Sarah Barber on the cow corner boundary. And Colleen Jansen van Rensburg is a stronger hitter than Mika de Ridder. So I would favour her to clear the boundary.
She should take on the responsibility of clearing the boundary, and Mika de Ridder just keeps on playing a hand. Know exactly how she's played.
Lots of flight, wired by umpire Volkwein.
Van Rensburg just clear of mind just to let that one go past. It's that time of the innings where you want to throw the willow to the leather. Just punched down too long off for a single by Van Rensburg.
And more 10 there from Ashley Urban.
Garden Route Badgers 184 for 6, 46.2 overs. Northwest Dragons just pulling it a little bit back here. That one keeping low there, Jason.
She's taken all the pace off that one. There's nothing for Mika Derrida to work with there.
Yeah, 13 wides thus far has been bowled. Alex Lieben. Will that one go all the way? Barber is chasing it. They'll come back for a second.
Also, the one option that we haven't seen a lot of from the Garden Route Badgers batters has been the use of feet against the spinners when there's flight on offer and no pace given.
Yeah, that's been a problem today. To the Garden Route Badgers batters, the ball that goes into the offside, not piercing that gap often enough. That's well played by Mika Derrida.
Yeah,
Just
very,
guiding.
very, very intelligent cricket by the wicket-keeper batter. Picking up a single. Score now 188.
Three overs left for the Garden Route Badgers. We're looking to capitalize on these last 3 overs to get them close to 215, 220.
Well, certainly a boundary each over will get them close.
Windsor.
It's a sweep down to the deep square boundary. Winston in the final over of the spell.
No fielders out on the boundary for Mika Derrida here. Interesting.
That's well played for another single there by Derrida. I do think Northwest Dragons has identified that Mika Derrida is not the batter that's going to clear the boundary. Hence why they're bringing in the field when he's on strike.
Yeah, good awareness also by the captain and the boundary riders dropping back. When Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg is on strike. Yeah, Windsor has only conceded 1 boundary for today. That is very good bowling by the former Garden Route Badgers player, captain here, side. Good play from the Derrida. Yeah, she did lots of running today. There's a run-out opportunity.
Just eager to rotate the strike there between these two. Done a great job so far. We'll be looking to finish the last 13 balls off with their team.
That one go all the way, not properly connected, but it will come back for a second, and Winster will only then concede one boundary in a 10 overs, 1 for 27. Nathan, good bowling performance by Janae Winster.
That's leading from the front for a team. Brilliant bowling effort by the captain. It's definitely put her team on the front foot here today.
Garden Route Badgers moved to 195 for 6 after 48 overs. And great option taken there. Last ball of that over by Mega Terena. Would have filled up on the leg side. Just chipping one over the inner ring to get a double.
There will be a change of bowling from the commentating box end. It will be Inchabi Singh Nini. Bowl the final over from the side to Van Rensburg, and just a dead ball being called there. Nini a bit too eager to get this second last over on the go.
Leaning into Van Rensburg. In the gap. Work for Barber. 1 run. 1 run will not hurt the Dragons now. Yeah, that's interesting. No fine leg in position. So Nini must get her lines very, very accurate. I just saw the runner to look at fine leg. Oh. Well, the intent was very clear. What happened there?
Was given LBW.
It was quite a long wait for that by umpire Volkwein.
Well, she has played a part. Mika Derrida played a part for her team this afternoon.
I would like to have a look at that, Jason and Nathan.
The option was that great option available to her to go for that lap.
Yeah,
Or simply a tight call. We'll give it
indeed a
credit
very
to the
tight call.
umpire.
We'll just ask our technicians if they can show us another replay there. In comes Kiara Fisher. It's a very tight call. It's a very, very tight call.
It's been a long morning, so
In general, we had a very good day at London Volkwein. But, well, according to umpire London Volkwein, that was adjudicated out. The intent was very clear right from the beginning. And it was also predicted that she would like to find space there.
Nini picking up a second wicket. It's got 2 for 23 from 7.2 overs.
Well, Kiara Fisher has shown that she can get on with things right from the word go. But not this time, and Nini's on a hat-trick. That's a great delivery. This one is definitely out. There's no doubt about that.
and the Garden Route badge is just falling away in this last over. Great bowling by Inchabi Singh Nini on a hat trick now.
Oh, that's great bowling from Nini.
Gave herself a chance. She went wicket to wicket. You miss I hit. Successful on this occasion. Very well bowled to her. That brings Swartz out into the middle to join Nicola Janssen van Rijsbeek.
Garden Route Badgers 196 for 8, 48.3 overs.
Nine deliveries, legal deliveries or legitimate deliveries remaining in this Badgers innings. Seems like that 220 is a bridge too far at this point in time.
Now Lucian Swartz, he's on strike. Forward defensive. Well, Nathan, you can maybe go home tonight a little bit later because your prediction was spot on. Very close to spot on. He predicted the total score to be 200. He certainly has done his homework about these two teams and about the conditions here at the recreation ground. But nevertheless, Swartz, that one was missing leg. They will pick up a leg by. As umpire Lyndon Falkveen, he does the little flamingo there.
Nini has been brilliant today as well.
She's delivered when she's been asked to come into the attack.
From Rensburg. Yet to hit a boundary today.
And that's the end of the 49th over. Garden Route Badgers 198 for 8 with 1 over left.
Yeah, down in Cape Town, Western Province against the Dolphins. They are on 221 for 9 with 2 overs to go. And we will see the last over with Alicia Axleben to bowl it from the Freda Street end of the ground. Good bowling from Tabi Singh Nini, 3 for 24.
Van Rensburg on strike. Last over of this innings. How much more can the Garden Route Badgers get here?
That's a single.
With that single as well, long off only come up. Was about to see long on coming up as well, but Junaid just sent her back. Swartz pulling that one to deep square for a single.
Yeah, straight to the fielder out there who does the fielding. It's Tlotlo Bugatsu patrolling the square leg boundary. And that brought it 200 up for the Badgers. I think the Badgers did well to eventually score at 4 runs per over. This one will only be, they will come back, no, it's only a single.
No, I have to agree, the Garden Badgers done well to score at 4 runs, 3 over and get to this total as well. After being asked to bat first.
Oh, Tabitha Lagrancy got a hand to that, and that will be the last ball of the innings. 200 and 2 for 8. We'll now speculate if this is enough. Axleben. And that concludes the innings. The Badgers ends at 202 for 8. After they lost 2 early wickets, there was a partnership of 57 for the 3rd wicket between Nadine Moodley, who made 32, Izal Salier end up on 83, top score of 87 deliveries, 7 fours and 1 6. There was a valuable contribution of 23 by Andre Derksen. Mika de Ridder, she was involved in a very important partnership of 69 runs for the 6th wicket with Salier. She ended up on 27. And on the bowling side, Sinead Winster has been very, very impressive. 10 overs, 1 for 27. The pricey wicket of Izal Salier. And then Alisha Axleben, 3 for 45. 1 for 12 for Oudtshoorn. And also 3 for 24 by Nini. 202, Nathan, is that enough?
I think it's say about 15-20 runs short. I would say 220 would have been a very, very competitive total.
Now, very important, as you said earlier, they've got Mignon de Pree. It's important that a partnership with Mignon de Pree being created in chasing this target. Jason, before we have lunch, anything from your side?
I think Northwest Dragons will be happy with 203. At some stage, they would have thought 180 would have been the target for them. Or tactically, there might have been stages where they gave out just a few more runs than they would have liked in terms of field settings. But generally, they should be the more happy of the two teams going into the lunch interval.
Thank you. We will join you for lunch. We're back after lunch with the news that the Garden Badgers has accumulated 202 runs after they won the toss this morning. They lost some early wickets, but courtesy of a very good 83 by Izal Sillier, and there was Nadine Moody with 32, Mika Darrell 27, and Andre Daxon 24. They managed to score that 202 for 8. Nathan, it's going to be an interesting chase or defence after total. It's very clear. I spoke to some of the players and also the umpires. It's just Lucian Swartz running in on that very wide down leg. Good work from the keeper Mika Darrell. And Lucian Swartz has started with a wide. There you can see Tabitha Lagransi. She's the left-hander. She's on strike. And then with Alisa Erxleben to see how this run chase will unfold.
It will be a very interesting run chase. The sun has come out in Oudtshoorn, so that wicket is baking as well. So I assume that wicket, the batting will become easier. But some lovely swing there by Lucian Swartz, and that will be key as well. Making use of that new ball for the Garden Route Badgers to ensure they get a couple of early breakthroughs.
Speaking about early breakthroughs, the Badgers lost their first 2 wickets in the first 2 overs of the innings, but we watched Lucian Swartz, who just recovered from injury, and another wide. The Dragons has bowled 13 wides in their innings, and as you correctly say, with the sun baking the wicket, we can expect some more friendlier batting conditions. The score now 2 without loss. And to put the
Northwest Dragons women's batting lineup under pressure, the earlier you can get, let's just see that ball, that's some good swing there by Lucian Swartz. To put their batting lineup under pressure is to get to Priya in early. She has been their mainstay throughout the season, and just to put a little bit extra pressure on her and the Northwest Dragons women batting lineup, that would be key for the Garden Route Badgers this afternoon.
Yeah, I just referred to Swartz. She recovered from a concussion injury. As he runs in, nice smooth run up. Defensive shot play by Tabitha Lagransi.
Swartz is getting some lovely movement, sharp movement back into the left-hander. Just about getting the line right. Could be devastating. That one just on the full side, but good fielding.
Work for Julia Hall. Swartz into Lagransi. Oh, there's a shout there, but that one was going down leg. Umpire Lyndon Falkman is unmoved. No run added to the total. And the score still 2 without loss, courtesy of 2 wides that's been bowled, or that were bowled by Tabitha Lagransi.
And just some information that see in the inland there's a lot of rain happening, so not much cricket at this stage in the inland. And I know this was his last ball by Lucian Swartz. That's good. That's a good end to the over. Apart from the 2 wides, it's a good start by Lucian Swartz. Northwest Dragons 2 for no loss after the first over.
Yeah, you're talking about the rain. The Garden Route Badgers, they in action in Bloemfontein at the Mangaunga Oval against the Knights, and unfortunately due to rain that the covers are still on, and the weather is not looking good, so we will wait and see what happened today in Mangaung. Here at the recreation ground, they chased 203 to win, 1 over bowled and 2 without loss, and the captain Zintle Kula will operate from the Freely Street end of the ground, and on strike is Alisa Erxleben, who did very well with the bowl the ball earlier today.
The fielders of Garden Route Badgers is in very close, similar to how Northwest Dragons fielded this morning. Captain to Ash Liban, good start, punching to the offside for dot ball.
Yeah, and at St George's Park, the Garden Route Badgers Colts team, they're underway to record an historic victory against Eastern Province. They need 12 more runs with 7 wickets in hand in a 3-day game. Kula runs in. Oh. Some work for Julia Hall. And Ax Lieben off the mark.
Lagranse on strike. Kula the bowler, captain. That's a dot ball.
Airborne, and that one is hit straight to Henri Derksen. Derksen is on extra cover. There's a swing there over the flight of the ball into the hands of the wicketkeeper Mika de Ridder.
And that's another dot ball to end the second over.
Yeah, if we look at the 3 previous matches of the Northwest Dragons, just bearing in mind that they're still looking for their first victory of the season. In the first match in Potchefstroom, they chased 224. Potchefstroom normally at the JB marks over a very friendly facility to chase. They were dismissed for 180. And then their next outing was against Western Province, also in Potchefstroom. Province scored a comprehensive 307 for 8, which will always be too much, and they dismissed the Dragons for 176 to win by 131 runs. And then in the last match in Durban, or their third match, they scored 153, and the Dolphins win by 3 wickets with 15 overs to spare. So Lucian Swartz into the gap, work for Evodia Yakile, who's running in from deep DP square leg, and she does the fielding, and 1 run added to the total.
I think as you mentioned those previous games by Northwest Dragons, and if they have learned anything from those, will be that partnerships should be the key backbone for them to chase down any score. And unfortunately they haven't been able to do that.
Oh, firmly hit by Tabitha Lagranzi. Square drive, that's 4 runs. Great shot from Tabitha Lagranzi. Over pitch and driven. Great shot, great execution.
Well played by Tabitha. Identifies one outside off, foolish of length. She's able to swing her arms, get that through the field.
Lucian Swart in, short, and this one not properly connected. Work for Julia Hall at extra cover, what cover, on the circle, and no run added to the total.
It's a much better line by Swart. Previous one was just a bit too wide. Allowed Lagranzi to free her arms. Very good comeback so far by Swart.
And you'll recall that Tabitha Lagranzi was the domestic newcomer of the year, of the season 2024, while she was playing for the home team here, the Garden Route Badgers.
Work for Palesa Mapu, but 2 comfortable runs for Tabitha Lagranzi. So, nice couple pick up by Tabitha Lagranzi. Taking the score of the Dragons to 10 without loss, chasing 203. It seems to me that Lucian Swart looks still a bit rusty. She's been out of action for some time due to a concussion injury, which she sustained here in the match against Western Province. And it's great to see her back into action. End of the over, 3 overs gone, 11 for naught. Now, the first 3 overs, we haven't really seen the bowlers asking serious questions to the batters. Kula in.
Lagranzi has had the bulk of the strike, and she's looked relatively comfortable the last couple of overs.
Yeah, just not been hitting a consistent length here so far by the Garden Route Badgers. Allowing the Northwest Dragons women just to find their feet and find their rhythm in the innings. X11 only facing a 4th ball.
And the 3rd wide of the day. In over number 4, this one bowled by Zintle Kula.
I think if the Garden Route Badgers learned anything from the Northwest Dragons bowling inning, was that the length that hits around top of the stumps was much harder to put away. It is easier to play when it's really full or really short. Those in between lengths were a little bit challenging.
This one is wide Yorker. Work for Henri Derksen. Through to the keeper by Alisa Erxleben.
It's much better length. just need to get it wicket to wicket. We had myself and Jason had an interesting chat, or quick chat with the umpires earlier. They said it's quite difficult to hit straight, but if you hit that back of the length, that's a good ball there by Kula. Wicket to wicket, and just hit that in between length, as you were saying, Jason, just makes the scoring difficult and gives you more opportunities as well as a fielding side.
100%. You look at how it's also paced their inning. It was clear evidence that it is tough to bat on this wicket and you need to be patient.
Oh, this one through to the keeper. Better over from Zintle Kula. Conceded at wide plus a single. 4 overs gone, 13 without loss.
And it's an early change of bowling for the Garden Badgers from the commentary box in. Will be Nicolien van Rensburg.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that the captain has immediately ring the changes. She hails from Makado, that's obviously formerly known as Louis Trichardt, where she was also educated, and then she's further studies at the University of Pretoria. Slower ball, and Lagranci plays that one out to the offside where Julia Hall does the fielding. Yeah, well, she's an outstanding all-rounder and also represented Northerns or the Titans at junior level before she made a debut for the Mpumalanga in the 2016-17 season. She later played for the Titans, and this is her second season for the Garden Route Badgers. Blonded hair, long hair running in. There's a call there, I think there was some pad on that one. And there's the little flamingo did by umpire Lyndon Falkwen, signalling leg byes.
Badgers just making some few adjustments into the field, strengthening the offside.
Van Rensburg in. Oh, that's a better delivery to Alisa Erxleben.
Was well bowled on that occasion, bringing the stumps into play. I think that was also what Northwest did very well when they needed to pick up wickets. Bring stumps into play. If the batters miss, you're in business.
Ooh. A little bit of a tennis ball bounce there, but well negotiated by Erxleben.
And she's getting some movement as well. I think she's been hitting, that's a perfect length in his last 2 deliveries. And that's the length that Garden Route Badgers bowlers need to look to hit consistently during this innings.
Van Rensburg into Erxleben. the offside. On your screen you will see Izal Sillier, who scored 83 runs earlier today, a third half century landmark in the competition this season. Short. That will be a run from the bat. A little bit of a slow out of the blocks. Is there a run out call? And Lagransie has been run out courtesy of a direct hit by, is that Sillier who does the fielding? A little bit of hesitation and a breakthrough. You will see on your screen when we will watch the replay, a little bit of hesitation. The call was made by the batter, and Lagransie, she seems to be very disappointed.
Does look like she had a small trip there just before reaching the crease.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately out of your screen. And there's a direct hit and a great call made by umpire Sanmarie Strydom. Remember, she had to look at that with a naked eye, and a good decision made by Sanmarie Strydom. Breakthrough, 14 for 1. Let's look if we can see. It's very difficult to see, obviously we can't. There's the throw from Sillier. And jubilation from the wicketkeeper, Mika de Ridder, as Tapita Lagransie has been dismissed.
Does look also that she placed the bat down and not sliding it in.
Yeah, a few very basic errors made.
But Gardner Badgers is not going to complain. They got the early breakthrough. So also the end of the 5th over, 14 for 1.
Yeah, they will take anything that's at stake here. As we watch Zintle Kula, and she will bowl to Veronisha Reddy.
Try start there from Kula. That's Elisa X11 on strike. Just testing her defense there.
Just dropping short there of Julia Hall.
So the Badgers have identified that it's tough to hit through the line here. They've stuck Moodley into a catching position in front of the batter. All that tennis ball bounce, the ball just holding up just slightly in the wicket.
Yeah, really forward defensive. Part of that is obviously Alex Lieven that's on strike. Yeah, if we look at the statistics of Reddy, she is a wicketkeeper. She played 58 matches in this format before, with a very modest average of 13.14. It's very low for a number 3 bat in the context, but maybe today is a day. This one is through to the keeper. I can remember she played a game here for the Knights last season, and I can recall I was very impressed with her batting. She has got a 50 to her credit. That was last season for the Knights against the Lions in Bloemfontein. Well, a 50 here will do the trick for the visitors, as they will need partnerships. And she seems to be a very organised bat, Jason.
Well, she hasn't faced us yet. It's the Malaysia X11 on strike. But from the little that I've seen of Veronisha Reddy, she does seem to be an organised batter. Well, she also spent a bit of time at Easton's.
Lieben. Was that? That one will run away for 4.
Leg buys for 4 on there to end the over. The Northwest Dragons moving to 18 for 1 after 6 overs. Just having a look at that last delivery there, I'm actually surprised that if it's went for leg buys, why there was no shout from the bowler and the wicket keeper, with the 2 stumps showing behind Alesa actually having.
No work for umpire, or no thought process rather for umpire Sunbury Stradom.
Van Rensburg to continue from the commentary box end.
Yeah, she was very tidy in her first over. We spoke about Veronica Reddy, and she will get an opportunity to showcase her skills and potential against a very experienced campaigner, Nicolene, who captained the side last year.
We just spoke about how important partnerships is going to be. It's one thing that the Gardenwood Badge has done very well after losing 2 early wickets, having a 50-run partnership, and just immediately after that again a 40-run partnership. So partnerships is going to be crucial for the Northwest Dragons in this chase. Just work down to deep square for a single.
Work for Palesa Mapu.
I think you're very right there, Nathan. Partnerships are going to be key, but if the Dragons will look to do anything different from what the Badgers did in the first 10 overs, will be to rotate strike at a more regular pace.
Yeah, Northwest Dragons is already going at about 4 to the over, so they are rotating much better at this stage. But with that, the disciplined bowling of the Gardenwood Badgers, I think if they can just cancel out the wides and the extras, just to make life difficult. That's a good ball here by Van Rensburg, just letting it go through by Reddy.
You know, so if you look back on that Gardenwood Badgers power play, they were 19 for 2 after 10 overs. The Northwest Dragons are already 20 for 1 after 6.4.
Yeah, but after that, there was obviously that magnificent partnership from Rensburg in. Now, short extra cover, that's quite an interesting field position there for Nadine Moodley. Would like to drag the batter into a specific shot there.
It's the end of the 7th over. Another good over by Nicolene van Rensburg. Northwest Dragons 20 for 1 after 7 overs.
So Zintle Kula, been very economical. She only conceded 3 runs in her first 3 overs. She will continue operating from the Frere Street end of the ground. And on strike is Alisa Alex Lieben, who has been around for a while. Kula in. Work for Julia Hall.
Good bowling so far by the captain. Hitting good areas and being very economical.
Nice one through to the keeper.
Seems like the approach here from Northwest Dragons is to try and bat as deep as possible. No rush at all in how they're approaching this 7.3 overs into their chase.
Yeah, as mentioned, the Badgers also had a very slow start. The Dragons. That's a nice shot in a vacant area. The chase is from Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. She'll pick it up 2 meters from the boundary. Returns it to the keeper, Mika de Ridder, but she will not prevent a couple. Taking the score to 22 for 1. Oh, that's wired by umpire Sudbury straight on.
Bit naughty here from the captain, flirting with that wide ball line.
Just having another look at that one.
Definitely over.
It's airborne for a while. Quite over, 23 for 1.
We saw how effective spin was for Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, and we yet have to see the introduction of spin here from the Badgers. Kiara Fisher will be key.
Kiara Fisher and Evodia Yakile, the two frontline spinners on the park today.
And no place for the leg spinner, Giselle Abrams, in the starting 11 today. But Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, 0 for 2 in her first 2 overs. She runs in from the commentary box end, full of energy, into Veronica Reddy. Firmly hit, great stop there from Lucian Swartz. Now that ball was flying towards the boundary, great stop from Swartz.
Saved a certain boundary there. And lovely to see just her teammates congratulating her.
With offer on this occasion, and that was head hard onto the offside. Great stop there by Swat.
Work for Julia Hall, slides in the green grass. That's the fielding, not prevent a single though.
Green grass.
Now, this is not a musical. Talking about Giselle Abrams and Annika Swart. They're carrying the water today. Slower delivery.
those changes of pace from the seamers will be very important. If they feel they need to be on the stumps, drawing the batters forward. But we saw Northwest also do well when they bowled slow ones. They were taking them away from the hitting arc.
Work for the short cover, Nadine Moodley. Well, it's van Rensburg, a great athlete. The hobby is definitely going to do some freshwater fishing if you follow her social media profiles. Pulling out some big ones there.
Have you tried that on purpose?
That's not within my terms of reference, unfortunately. But a good question though. Fishing and hunting, unfortunately not. But Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg on a serious business. Oh, that's well played. That's a great shot. It'll be wide of Palesa Mapu and 4 runs collected. This one just off the line. Well negotiated by Alesa Erxleben. She picked up a boundary 4 and scored 28 for 1. 9 overs gone.
Just couldn't close the over out there. In a good over, only 1 run conceded before that ball. And that is the small margins, just to make sure that if you're in a position to close the over out,
You need to be able to look for the easier option, which would be a dot ball or even a slinger, just to make sure that there isn't too much damage into your over.
Yeah, yet we wait for spin to be introduced. But Zinhle Kula will be quite happy to keep herself on. She bowled 4 overs and only conceded 6 runs. Total now 28 for 9 after 7 overs. And the required rate, not out of control, but it's 4.3 per over. Kula in to Reddy, who's on strike. She faced 7 balls already. Back to the bowler. Some intent shown there by Kula, and once again through to the keeper.
Lady was interested for a second there. And that full one outside off. She pulled out of the shot quickly enough.
No protection on the offside boundary. So if she can pierce the gap waiting over the top, there will be work. Julia Hall tidy fielding.
a very packed offside field, so she will do very well to pierce that gap. But if she gets it through, there's a big chance that she'll get a boundary. Garden Route Badgers bowlers has done very well this last 5 overs. Just bringing back that scoring rate.
Kula in. Nicely worked around, work for Palesa Mapu. Actually, she's a wicket keeper, but she's patrolling the fine leg boundary on the fence. Yeah, we've got a sport-loving commentary team here. Nathan already look at his mobile device. South Africa playing their 3rd match of the end of the year tour and taking on Italy this afternoon. This one is through to the keeper. Jason, which football games are on today?
No idea, it's international weekend.
Nevertheless, our attention is here with the cricket. There is still almost 40 overs left in this encounter here. The Hollywoodbets Pro50 series match between the team that is currently second on the lock, the Garden Route Badgers, and they're taking on the winless Northwest Dragons. Another dot ball. End of the over. So that's 10 overs gone, 29 for 1. And interestingly enough, after 10 overs, the Badgers were 19 for 2. So if we compare the scores, the Dragons will feel that they are in a very good position. But obviously still plenty of cricket to be played here this afternoon.
That will be the start of the second power play. Partnership currently for the Northwest Dragons, 15 runs.
Now it was Tabitha Lagransi who was run out with a score on 15, and that was courtesy of a direct hit from Isel Salier fielding at mid-off. Oh, it's airborne. It was there to beat, width was offered, and they will come back for a second. As Evodia Yakili does the fielding. And I think Evodia will licking off her lips to have a bit of turning around the arm.
She'll definitely
Turning over the arm.
She'll definitely be looking forward to bowling on this wicket. There seems to be some spin on offer there, some turn on offer.
Oh, great work from Julia Hall, but it will not prevent a single.
For X11, that's the length and the width that you should be looking for to throw hands at. You can get over that. It's really full and look to score off those ones on this tough wicket.
Base taken off the ball through to the keeper.
Well, it's a contrast after this morning, overcast, cool conditions, to this moment where it's a little bit windy, but the sun is surely out now.
Sun is well and truly out now. And still a little bit of a breeze cooling the players down. See a change in the field there with the captain Kula going to the long on boundary there.
From Rensburg in. Work for Julia Hall who stops it.
That's the end of the 11th over, 32 for 1. Just Nicolene just learning from the previous over, making sure she gets out of the over after only conceding 3 runs before that last ball. Just making sure the fielders are out and in the correct positions. Another dot ball.
And the moment that we've been waiting for is the introduction of Evodia Yakile. and she will be introduced from the Freda Street end of the ground. Yeah, well, she hails from the Northwest Province. She was born at Clarksdorp, just on the N12 from Potchefstroom. She travelled to Kimberley. We'll drive past the well-known town of Clarksdorp, and she was educated not far from there at Stilfontein, and she made a provincial debut for the very same Northwest in the 2012-2013 season. So Veronisha Reddy, she will know Evodia quite well. They played for the Knights last year.
It's a good start here by Vodia, 2 dot balls.
What's interesting for me to see here is the contrast in terms of field settings between the two teams. Evodia Ekile has got 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, on the square leg boundary, the mid-wicket boundary, and the long one.
And that one, is it 3 offside? It will run away for 4. Good shot by Reddy.
Yeah, just a little bit too much width they're given with the 3 boundary riders on the leg side. Just need to pierce that gap. Very good shot there by Veronisha Reddy. Takes the Northwest Dragons score to 36 for 1.
One straight to Julia Hall.
As you were saying, Jason, there's a big contrast in the fielding positions and placements between the two teams. If you compare how the Northwest Dragons field of this morning, let's watch this last ball. Big flight there.
Yeah, the trademark of Evodia Ekile is to flight the ball above the eye line. At the end of the over, she conceded 4 runs in that over. Score now 36 for 1. A firm start by the Dragons in this run chase.
Decent start for them in this run chase. They've got a partnership of 22 runs going at the moment. And they'll want to emulate what Moodley and Slia did with their 19 over long partnership for the 3rd wicket.
Now we haven't seen the bowlers yet, both Nathan and Jason, really asking questions to the batters. Van Rensburg in.
Good start here by Van Rensburg. No, not at all. The amount of questions that the Northwest Dragons bowlers asked of the Gardenwood Badgers, the ball was swinging away, ball nipping back, swinging back. It's just been a consistent length that's been a problem for the Gardenwood Badgers, not giving that new ball the opportunity to swing.
Oh, that's a better delivery. Getting some movement from the seam there.
That's the length that she should be aiming for. That's roundabout similar delivery to what bowled Julia Hall early this morning. Just on a hard length, jagging back into a right-handed X11.
Move across. The bat nice in front of the pads. Well, it seems that it's raining all over central South Africa. No cricket possible in Bloemfontein, where the Garden Route Badgers men's professional team is taking on the Knights today. And there's also a match up in Kimberley, where the Mpumalanga Rhinos is playing the Northern Cape Heat. So by the look of things, the Badgers will qualify for a home playoff on Wednesday, should the weather prevail as it is currently the case. I mean, a lot of rain has been predicted for central South Africa today, and at least we can say that the weatherman has got it right. But will we as commentators got it right? What do you think is your expectations how this match will unfold, Nathan?
Garden Route Badgers is fighting back very strongly, and if the Northwest Dragons can carry on a little bit longer between these two, but just up the ante a little bit. You don't want to put too much pressure on Dupree as well. But at this stage, I would say it's very, very even Stevens. Badgers has brought himself back in this match. As van Rensburg.
Oh, no, fine leg in position. You need to have your lines right. That ball will not run away. It's a long chase for Polesa Mapu. And he's just four wides. Three byes run there. It was off the bat, so they were batting off to keep an umpire on the lemon 4 point. It's the one thing in cricket, not only in South Africa, you don't often see batters running 3 runs anymore.
Yeah, that was very well run between these two banners. It is with quick outfields, it makes it tough to run 3s on most fields. So with that ball holding up and no fine leg in place, granted the opportunity for them to complete that 3.
Yeah, thanks to Damon, he just confirmed, he's our main technician, that the match in Kimberley has been abandoned. So it's in Bloem, it has been abandoned. So then we're back next week here for the eliminator between the Garden Route Badgers and the Mpumalanga Rhinos. But we'll shift our focus to Evolia Yekile, who conceded that boundary 4. Oh, she moves across. And that's an intelligent shot, but it will not run away for 4. The chase is there from Julia Hall, and 2 runs. It's a bit of a risky shot. Move around.
It's a great option in place looking at how the field is set. No fielder in the ring on the leg side. Behind square, that is. Good enough contact, you're able to get it past the keeper.
Yekile to Echleben, moving across again.
Yeah, it's not the lines that you will need to bowl.
That's good fielding by Lucian Swartz, only 1.
Yeah, not taking on the arm of Lucian Swartz.
That shot has brought about a change in field. One of fielders from the covers has moved to 45 on the leg side. Spale Samapo.
And that's into the gap. It's turning out to be quite a good over. There's work there. Kiara Fisher. And Evolia Yekile hasn't yet asked the questions. Great dive from Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. And as we spoke, we will also see the introduction of Kiara Fisher from the commentary box end of the ground. So Kiara Fisher. Not a good over bowled by Ivodi Akile. 150 more runs required to win. As the total approaches the 50.
And from all the bowlers here, consistency is key. Conceding runs from both sides of the wicket will cost you. You want to be ahead.
Fisher flights. Yeah, she's on the money.
You want to be hit on one side, then you can have a plan and a field for that.
Actually, when he's on strike. Ah, that's good bowling from Fisher. We're going to ask the questions if you're consistently bowling the right lines and lengths.
The difference between the Badgers and the Northwest Dragons with the fielding positions is that the Northwest Dragons waited for the batters to show intent to hit in certain areas before putting the fielders out on the boundary.
Yeah, and as we became accustomed to, the next 3 balls will be around the wicket. Fisher flights. Oh. Oh, well, she's full of smiles. And I also sit with the option to introduce Henri Derksen into the attack. Henri Derksen is currently fielding at extra cover. She will be keen Fisher to exit this over without too much damage. Oh. Through to the keeper. So we're back on air here. 15 overs gone, 45 for 1. Pretty even, Stevens. Something need to happen. The run rate required is 4.5. We saw in women's games, specifically when the Badgers played the Lions here, that they must not get or allow that the required rate is getting ahead of you. It becomes a game of scoreboard pressure. But also, maybe there's a very good game plan. Across the line, into the gap. There's work there. Tidy fielding from Henri Derksen, who's out on the cow corner boundary, runs around and does the fielding, not preventing a single.
Yeah, Northwest Dragons needs to be careful not to back themselves into a hole that will make it much more difficult when the informed batter makes their way out to the crease. It's good bowling.
I spoke about offline to fellow commentators, Nathan, about Mika Ridder. It's a bit up too quickly. I am of the opinion that the best end for her to bowl from is from the commentary box end, and Fisher from the Freda Street end, but for defensive. Alisa Arxleben. She faced 52 balls and 53 balls now. She's on 17. But we must also understand that we're in the process to rebuild this innings and to lay a platform where the likes of Mignon de Pre can cash in later. Over bowled, 16 overs, the score 47 for 1.
And as that music plays, just realize that the Springboks match kicked off about 5 minutes ago. So, world champions in action, but as you've been saying, Albert, our focus is here this afternoon here with the ladies game.
Yeah, I can only focus at one thing on a time, unfortunately. But it's going to be a big test for Rassie Rasmus and his team. Fisher in. Flight has one. It's straight to Lucian Swart, who does the fielding. No sweeper out on the offside. If you look at the way how Fisher flights that ball. Oh, that's a great delivery.
That's the line. Just starting around 5th stump, coming back into the right-hander.
Yeah, and on your screen, wearing the number 77 jumper, is Henri Derksen. Oh, that's good bowling, Fisher. And you will see that she will now move to around the wicket. I still don't understand this methodology. She was bowling so well that last 2 deliveries over the wicket. It's even another good delivery. It's an opportunity for a run out, but it was hit into the gap. The badge is a little bit napping there in the outfield.
I mean, for Kiara Fisher, this is probably one of those superstitious players. You get used to doing things a certain way.
Flight. It's a dive there. Work for Julia, all runs in, does the fielding.
Yeah, if it doesn't cost a lot of runs, I assume you can't probably argue with that method.
1 ball left. Oh, just short. I for 1 minute thought it will travel, and Verenusha's ready. Her heart was in her mouth for a few split seconds. End of the over, good over from Fisher. Score 49 for 1. Good partnership, 35 runs. And well, I've learned a few lessons today not to make predictions. Currently, as I say, it's good to have wickets in hand. You must just be cautious that the run rate is not running away from you. Ivoni Yekili, operating from the furthest end of the ground, coming down the wicket. Work for Izal Salier, who casually runs in from the boundary, does the fielding. It's a quicker one. Work for Nadine Moodley.
That was good fielding. Diving to her right.
Straight to Nadine Moodley. The Badgers won't mind the dot balls.
Just building the pressure. Quite run rate creeping up towards 5 into the over.
First Dragons should work hard to keep that under 5. Well, they can still control it.
There was an edge to that, but that will only be a single. Julia Hall quickly runs in and hails the ball in from third man. 1 run added to the total. Fly this one. Work out for Solier. End of the over. 52 for 1. And it will also be the drinks break. Well, there's a summarized score sheet. Earlier today, the Badgers, after winning the toss, ended on 202 for 8. Isal Solier made 83, Nadine Moody 32. Mieke de Ridder was impressive, 27 from 30 balls. And Henri Derksen, 23. Nini, well, the score has been removed. But we'll be back here with Kiara Fisher. We'll continue from the commentary box end of the ground. Fly that one straight to Palais Samapu. Well, I think no, that's not Palais Samapu. It's Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Work for Captain Zintle Kula. Fisher has only conceded 3 runs from her opening 2 overs.
And she's been very consistent with the length and line that she's been hitting.
Yeah, she's also consistent because the next 3 balls she will bowl in around the wicket.
And I've noted that in the first 3 balls, it's always dot balls. And as soon as you change, then they get a single. See if it repeats.
Through to the keeper, the Ridder. She seemingly listened to us. I think from a technical point of view, she was a bit lower. Flight. Back to Fisher. And will she continue to have 3 dot balls also from bowling around the wicket?
Protecting the over. It's putting long on out.
Oh, there's a call there. Yeah, and it was given. Great work from Fisher, asking the questions. And that's a departure of Alisa Alex-Leben. A sheet anchor innings. She faced 62 deliveries, 63 deliveries. She's been trapped leg before. And 52 for 1. A very good partnership here for the second wicket. And Fisher created a breakthrough. I must say, Fisher definitely has been on the money today.
It's very consistent, and Alisa Alex-Leben immediately knew when she missed that one. She turned immediately.
Yeah, that was straight. Not a big appeal from the bowler, but why must you appeal big if you know it's out?
So this year actually on that occasion looking too square there. And that was pretty adjacent.
And in comes Mignon de Pree. I said earlier, she's played 88 matches in this format, scored more than 4,000 runs, with a high score of 203, average of 86, 12 centuries, 21 half centuries. That's impressive. Ibode Yekile, she will run in and she will bowl to Barusha Reddy from the Freddie Street end of the ground. Flight.
That is a very imposing record there from Mignon de Pree.
Oh, there's another shot there for Palesa Mapu.
Got some bat onto that one.
Yeah, definitely some bat onto that.
There's a dangerous line to be sweeping there.
Yeah. Wide it.
Sometimes as a bowler, when you run up to, what's this ball? When you run up and get ready to bowl to a batter with such an impressive record, doesn't matter what your stats is in bowling and how long you've been playing this game, is imposing bowling towards a batter like Mignon de Pree.
She comes down a wicket.
And that's something we didn't see much in the Garden Route Badgers innings, using their feet against the spinners.
That is experience on show there. First 2 deliveries she's faced coming down the wicket. I think she would have summed it up during their bowling inning, that it's easier against the spinners if you get to the pitch of the delivery.
In the gap. End of the over. 55 for 2. Fisher, she will be into over number 4. And like Janae Winster, very economical. And already in the wickets column, she bowled 3 overs. 1 for 3.
At the very same stage, the Garden Route Badgers were 60 for 2.
Well, will the introduction of Mignon de Pree to the crease allow the Dragons to accelerate? classy batsman.
Jason, you just touched on that one. Let's just see the second ball from Kiara Fisher.
She comes down the wicket, straight to Andre Derksen.
So good fielding there. Comparison after the first drinks breaks. Garden Route Badgers was 40 for 2 after 17 overs. And Northwest Dragons 52 for 1 after 18 overs. That's a good ball by Fisher. But it's just, as we spoke earlier about that, changing tactics by the Northwest Dragons that allowed the Garden Route Badgers just to get away a little bit just after drinks.
Most certainly. When they change those tactics, changing bowlers, bringing the seam.
She comes down the wicket. Hit that one straight to Zintle Kula. Her intent is very clear. Work for Izal here. And long on. Another very good over from Kiara Fisher, where she only conceded 1 run. End of the over, 56 for 2. And that's the end of over number 21. So we're back into action here. And we haven't seen the best of Evodia Yekile as yet. Into Van der Merwe flight. Ooh! That's airborne work for. Should not stop that one. The ball run away for 4. Welcome boundary for Mignon de Pree. Great effort there by Julia Wall, but not good enough.
Well bowled on that occasion, keeping her in the crease.
Work for Evodia Yekile. A little bit of a knock on there.
Sweep on the offside boundary, saving making it, protecting the boundaries at this stage with 4 fielders out, but with Mignon on strike. And that ball just punched down too long on for a single.
Yeah, it's only Mignon de Pree who's on the park today that is in the top averages with the bat. Molkenboer. She only played in 1 match where she scored 54, but she's not playing today. And that's the end of the over. Yekile has bowled 6 overs, she conceded 24 runs. And the required rate is 5 to the over. Well, one would sense that as long as Mignon de Pree is in, and we always say that that will be the key wicket, this is achievable.
She's certainly the key wicket in this inning for the Northwest Dragons. The longer she's out there, they'll feel they've got a chance in winning this game.
What plans does Kiara Fisher have? Coming down the wicket. Our intent is very clear. Nathan, after this over, you will tell our viewers who's not watching the rugby what the score is. Good bowling from Kiara Fisher, I must say, she's been very impressive today.
And I would say that is more impressive over the wicket than around the wicket. But the wicket came from the bowling around the wicket.
Short.
And just a misfield there. Allows the Northwest Dragons women to rotate the strike.
So Veronusha Reddy will now have 3 balls to deal with Fisher bowling around the wicket. Flight. Oh. So single added. The prey is on strike.
The player is looking in control here. I know to most it'll look like she's trying to be aggressive by using her feet, but that's the most effective option on this wicket.
Good bowling, end of the over. No, not end of the over yet. Yeah, end of the over. Over bowled. Nathan, the score there.
Well, at this stage, the world champions, 20 minutes in, scores 22 minutes in, and scores are still level at 0-0 against Italy. And South Africa has suffered another red card. Franco Mostert has been sent to the showers.
Yeah, that is not good news. But I can also tell you that they've proven, specifically last week against the French, that they can play very good with 14 men on the field.
I would say he won't put it past Rassis, that's his tactic.
But nevertheless, our focus is here. And I think a good call by the captain to bring Lucian Swart back into the attack.
Yeah, the runs has just been leaking from the Freda Street end and very tight from the commentary box end. As important it is in a batting partnership, it's very important to bowling partnerships as well.
I must say Lucian Swart has been very impressive in the matches that she played here. But today she looks a bit rusty, bearing in mind that she's recovering from concussion injury. Oh, that is a shot out of the MCC coaching manual.
It's worth offer there on that occasion from Lucian Swart. And Mignon Dupree is not going to miss out, not in the form that she's in.
She's on 14 from 16 balls.
That's much better on that occasion. Bringing the stumps into play. Especially with the filled up on the offside. You don't want to give width, you want to be as tight as possible on the stumps.
Into the gap, wide of Palesa Mapu, and Lucian Swart. Well, she sets very high standards for herself. She'll be disappointed.
That's great betting there from Mignon Dupree. Moving across the stumps there to access the leg side on this occasion. Going back and across, deep in the crease. It's well played. Lucian Swartz under pressure here. Comes back well with a dot ball. See a change in the field with Julia Hall dropping to the sweeper boundary on the offside.
Good stop there from Kiara Fisher. Yeah, although she's 36 years of age, you can see that Mignon de Prier played on a very high level before. As we watch Lucian Swartz running in. Soft hands, work for Julia Hall. 2 boundary fours in the over, 74 for 2.
Northwest Dragons 74 for 2 after 24 overs. Currently batting at the run rate of 3.1. Required run rate 5-3 over.
See Reddy using her feet for the first time in this inning.
Flight back to Fisher. Forward defensive.
Now Nathan, in terms of team composition on this wicket here, with the Garden Route Badgers only having 2 frontline spinners and no with Julia Hall being the part-timer available for them. Are they possibly playing with 1 less spinner than required for such a surface?
At this stage it looks like the way Kiara Fisher is bowling, but on the other hand it's not been the best day for Evodia as well, so perhaps it would help throwing the ball to the golden arm. Seeing that ball worked out for dot ball, so it could be that they are playing 1 less spinner. Still some time to go. Still some time to go in this match.
Yeah, Andre Derksen is also still available. Coming down the wicket. Very tight bowling from Fisher. End of the over, 1 run conceded. Nathan, you referred to the golden arm. Was that golden arm Andre Derksen that you had in mind?
If she takes a wicket, I'll say yes.
Yeah, Veronica Reddy, she's almost faced, she did face 46 balls. Easily negotiated by Veronica Reddy to keep ticking on the scoreboard.
It's really amazing to see when a player with experience comes out to the middle, as Mignon du Preez, I don't know, every time I want to focus on her, but coming down the track, using her feet and batting at close to a 90 strike rate, whereas, let's just see this ball here from Annemarie Derksen.
Annemarie Derksen just a bit off line there with the first two balls.
And as you didn't see that as much in the Garden Route Badgers innings, and she's basically taking Reddy with her, as Reddy also started using her feet in the previous over. Oh, that's a good ball, just got back onto that one.
I think you're right, Nathan. She's been assertive in how she's approached this inning, and that the partner really is feeding off that same energy and trying to get the game moving forward for their side. As much as it's a tough wicket to bat on, you still need to be proactive in trying to keep the run rate up.
So Reddy is on strike. Annemarie Derksen is really missing her lines. But I think she will get it on spot very soon. No slip in position. Third man and fine leg on the boundary. There was an inside edge. It's 4 runs.
Sometimes you need some luck as well.
Absolutely.
On that occasion, she didn't have the width for her to be able to run that down. The third man too close to her. So she gets away with 1. French casts that for 4.
Yeah, really seems to be a very strong onside fielder or leg side player. She picked up another single. So Chiara Fisher will continue. Coming down the wicket. Just over the head of Sillier. Great execution, 4 runs. Great awareness by du Preez. She knows that Sillier is on the circle. And the first boundary conceded by Chiara Fisher. Put down by Annemarie Derksen.
That was hit hard onto the offside. She got hand to that. It will go down as a chance.
It certainly will go down as a chance, but also opportunity. Du Preez on 28. Not the player that you would like to drop. Fisher into du Preez. Flight. Great work by Julia Hall, but not good enough. That's 4 runs. And the runs start leaking here.
And the question needs to be asked, is maybe 1 over too many?
Yeah, and this over, she's lost the radar a little bit. She's bowled a few full tosses, which have provided opportunities for Mignon Dupree to take advantage of.
Mignon Dupree certainly looks to be in fine nick. Well, she was dropped earlier in his innings. End of the over, an expensive over, 2 boundaries conceded as well as a drop catch. The score 87 for 2, Dupree on 33 and Reddy on 21. So Daxon will continue from the furthest street end of the ground. She was quite expensive. She conceded 8 runs, runs into Reddy.
Still not bowling like we all know under the Daxon bowls. Dupree just missing out on a full toss there as well.
Work for Julia Hall. That's the fielding. There's a sweeper running towards her left, and that's the fielding. Well, this game is definitely still in the balance. Reddy also starts hitting the balls.
Daxon to Dupree. It's pulled to deep square, slight misfield, but won't cost anything.
The momentum is slowly shifting in the favor of the Northwest Dragons. This partnership is now worth 43 runs between Reddy and Dupree.
And Dupree has contributed 35 of that partnership runs.
All Reddy needs to do is just keep doing what she's doing. When you get on strike, rotate, get Dupree on strike. Get those singles, make sure you're not facing a lot of dot balls. Just hang in there, hang with it.
A very good partnership of 44 runs for this, the 3rd wicket.
So we will see a change of bowling from the commentary box end. Will be Zinsley Kula 5 overs, no wickets for 7 runs conceded. So she's been on the money so far today for the Garden Route Badgers.
And that's a departure of Veronica Reddy. Kula seems that she's got the golden arm with Nathan. A very important breakthrough because this partnership was running away from the Badgers. Caught behind, and the departure of Reddy. And that will bring a new batter to strike.
I must say that these captain's decisions today has been brilliant at times.
Certainly a golden stroke right there by the captain, bringing herself back into the attack, and she strikes first ball. Pocket Olisinyemo walks out to join Mignon Dupriya.
Yeah, she played 26 matches in this format before. So it's with an average of 13.57 with a base score of 44. So it's an opportunity today for Lesenyago to improve on her average statistics.
If she matches her highest score of 40, is it 44?
It's 44.
If she matches that, then her team will most likely get over the line.
Yeah, and she will, in doing so, she will provide valuable support to Mignon de Preo. Kula, just strike. Still no slip in position for the new batter. Oh, it's a good ball. You call it a French cut, it can also be called a Chinese cut, but whatever you want to call it, it's always worth runs.
That's what counts the most. Runs on the board.
Van Amaru is batting at a runner ball, she's on 35. She definitely knows Zintle Kula quite well, they play together for the Knights. Into the gap, that's a great shot. Julia Hall chase it. No, that's Lucian Swart who does the chase. She stops the ball, but it will not prevent Mignon de Preo to pick up a couple as we see the wind start blowing here.
Yeah, that ball was just a little bit too full. Allowed Mignon de Preo just to free her arms up.
Taking the Preo to 37. Remember, she was put down with a total on 28. End of the over. And Kula will be happy she picked up a wicket in this over. The score now 99 for 3.
very same stage. The Garden Route Badgers were 102 for 3. Nothing separating these two teams at this stage in time.
Yeah, and the question will be, will there be support for Mignon de Pre, and for how long will Mignon de Pre be able to carry on and dominate the batting here? Henry Derksen. Oh, that's a good ball from Derksen. She can continue with this line and length, specifically this line. She will ask the questions. To Kukitsu Lesan Yehu. Derksen. Will not help her course if she bowls wides. No, that was a leg by.
So before Derksen runs in, it's half time in Italy. South Africa leading Italy 10-3.
They're still playing with 14 men?
Still playing with 14 men.
Oh, that is a great shot from De Pre. She picks up 4. Derksen. She will not be very happy with those figures. Can she pull something out here? Work for Lucian Swartz.
Just unfortunately, Henry Derksen's been both sides of the wicket. And that's just allowing the Northwest Dragons to just rotate and score more frequently off our bowling.
Making it very much easier for them. But Lesenyahu is on strike. Derksen, she's an international player, and she cartwheeled the leg stump of Lesenyahu, 105 for 4. Jason, as a cricket coach, you will take us through this.
Great ball there by Henry Derksen. Going for the block hole. Didn't give a chance there to the Lesenyahu to get a bat down in time. Clean balls there. It's really well bowled. After struggling to settle in this over, she picks up 1.
Yeah, vital wicket. And Nathan, you also mentioned it, she was a bit too much either on the leg side or wide of the wicket on the off side. When she gets it right, she can be very, very dangerous.
I have to agree with you there, Albertus, and what we spoke about earlier as well. If Garden Route Badgers can build the pressure against Northwest Dragons around Mignon de Pre, as we've seen this season so far, she hasn't had much support. It could just be tipping in favour of the Garden Route Badgers women at home.
Yeah, the question is, how deep can the Dragons bat? That is the big question. And if we look at their success thus far in the season, or their story thus far in the season, it seems to me that Mignon de Pre often run out of partners, but maybe today will not be the day we should run out of partners, as Toto Bugatsu has joined her, and Bugatsu is on strike. Better bowling from Derksen. She's definitely getting into a rhythm End of the over, and that over brought a wicket. Back-to-back wickets in the two last overs. First from Zintle Kula, and also now from the bowling of Henry Derksen.
Just some score comparisons after 30 overs. The home side Garden Route Badgers was 102 for 3, and the Northwest Dragons 105 for 4. So not much in it apart from one wicket lost more by the Dragons. Captain Kula to continue from the commentary box end.
Oh, that's a good Yorker.
At this stage, it looks like Mignon Dupree will have to do most of the heavy lifting here.
The dirty work. Nadine Moodley has got a leg to that. I don't think the Badgers will mind that, because now they've got 4 balls to bowl to Toto Bugatsu. She played 12 matches in this format before. She's got an average of 10 with a high score of 10. It tells you a story. Kula to Bugatsu. Oh, there's an edge to that, and that one will run away for 4. Just wondering, Nathan, both you and Jason, no slip field there in position for the new batter?
Yeah, I would suggest that you're on top of the match. Just missing the glove there of the keeper. I would say if you're on top of the game, put your slip in, put more pressure on the Northwest Dragons batters. At the moment it's what's that one? Trying to pull us straight back to the bowler. So not sure what's the thinking of the Garden Route Badgers.
As in the moment that the game goes the full distance in terms of overs, Northwest Dragons should win. The Garden Route Badgers need to bowl them out. And having a few attacking fielders might help in that cause.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think also the key here will be Mignon Dupree. It's definitely key that she will be there right until the end of this game. Good bowling.
And that's a good result for the Garden Route Badgers. Bugatsu stealing the strike at the last ball of the over. 31 overs bowled. Northwest Dragons women 111 for 4.
So Derksen, who just smelled blood the previous over, will be running into bowl to Toto Bugatsu. Oh well, it's a confident looking cricket shot. There's a chase for Julia Hall. It's a great stop, but it will not prevent Bugatsu to come back for a third and bring Mignon Dupree on strike. Now that was a confident cricket shot by Bugatsu, piercing the gap on the offside.
The last 2 shots from Bugatsu are those of a very confident player. Looks very assured of what she's doing out there.
Derksen to Dupree.
Oh, that's a magnificent cricket shot by the Priya. That will run away for 4. That is a super shot.
Great balance there by Million Duprier to hit that to the right of mid-on. Only Daxon over pitches on this occasion. As Julie punished by Duprier, who moves to 47 or 44.
Yeah, the Priya's on 47 as she approaches the half-century milestone. Daxon will be key to take this wicket. She'll pick up a single, as it was the very same Henri Daxon had put down quite a difficult chance to allow the Duprier to escape with a total on 28. And at that stage the score was 87 for 2.
Oudtshoorn doing bringing her part at this stage. Still early days in her innings, but she's keeping up, scoring more than run a ball at this stage.
Daxon again missing the lines there. And picking up a single for Oudtshoorn. A very strong batting effort by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins down in Cape Town. They're chasing 242. They are 129 for 1 with Alexandra Candler on 49. We'll also keep you posted on that game as Daxon runs in to the Priya.
Slow ball on that occasion.
Intelligent bowling by Daxon, end of the over.
Northwest Dragons are 120 for 4 after 32. Dr. Oudtshoorn has certainly looked better than someone who averages 10 in their career. She looks very assured in her batting.
Zintle Kula will continue.
It will be very interesting to see how Kula takes it from here on. This is her 8th over. We'll leave that 2 overs for later on.
Yeah, it'll be very tough to balance whether to bowl throughout and get a wicket, or to hold some back for the back end. But at this point in time, they need to break this partnership before it starts to hurt them.
Oudtshoorn having a swing at that through to the wicket keeper, Mika the Ridder. Every time that ball is just bouncing in front of the Ridder, just judging the meters that he's standing back. Still anybody's game, 120 for 4. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Kula has been very impressive today, leading her attack from the front.
Certainly has been 1 for 16 and 7.4. It's a captain's effort right there with the ball.
She's always very economical. Swing and a miss. Now the required run rate with the Pre still there and 6 wickets in hand is definitely not out of control. A real hacker, that one. Overbowled, made an overbowled by Kula. 33 overs gone, 120 for 4.
On a couple of occasions this over, Minion Dupree has taken the opportunity to have a quiet word with Bukhatsu on how to approach this. Seem to be losing away slightly, trying to play across.
Change of bowler from Freda Street end will be Kiara Fisher, 7 overs, 1 wicket for 17 runs.
Yeah, if the intent is to bowl Henry Jackson from this side, eventually replacing Kula, when the overs has been bowled, I think that's a good intent or idea.
Or perhaps, as you said earlier, realizing that Evodia would probably be better suited from this end.
Yeah, Evodia Yukile has also still some overs left. Fisher into the Priya, who's on 48. She comes down the wicket. She will pick up a single. No, it's not, Mignon is not scared to move the responsibility to the other batter. We should try to manipulate the strike. It's impressive for me what she's doing there. And Bukhatsu is on 9 from 14, facing Fisher. Work for, is that Nadine Mooley? Yeah, work for Nadine Mooley. An extra cover. Second drop catch, this time to a player who's got a very safe pair of hands, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Well, well, well. And will drop catches be regretted later today?
And Fisher has been really unlucky today. 2 drop catches of her bowling.
Yes, indeed. Kloto Bukhatsu is on 9 from 17. She's just been put down. But sloppy there from Ikeda Ritter. 2 runs added to the total.
80 more runs to win for Northwest Dragons.
It is achievable. He's out to the captain. End of the over. 123 for 4.
As you see, a change in bowling from the commentary box end. Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg replaces the captain.
Yeah, I think it's a very good move by the captain to keep her back for later. She's still got the services of Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg available. And that will bring up the 12th century for Mignon de Prier. Applause there from the dugout. She has been put down with a score on 28, but besides that, a very good innings by the former South African captain.
Very well batted from Mignon de Prier here. Hallmark of good players, when they are given opportunities, they'll make you pay. I think against Mukhatsu here, all the seamers will have to test her defenses, try and bowl as straight as possible to her.
Very sloppy by the Badgers. They haven't got a lot of runs to play with here. And one senses that the intent and the intensity levels are just dropping a bit here.
The momentum seems to be shifting to the Northwest Dragons. This partnership is starting to take shape as well. 21 runs between de Prier and Mukhatsu.
The second drinks break could do the garden route Badgers good at this stage, just to gather themselves again.
Airborne, work for Isal Solier. Not prevent a single though.
It's a very good shot from Mukhatsu, playing with such freedom. It'll do her a world of good being out there in the middle with an experienced head such as Mignon de Prier.
Swing and a miss by de Prier. And Nathan, it seems that we will have one more over before the second innings break.
So that's 35 overs bowled. Northwest Dragons 127 for 4 after 35 overs. The home team, Garden Route Badgers, 115 for 4. So not much in it.
Definitely. If you look at the competitive scores, this one is for the Dragons to either win it or to lose it themselves. Fisher in to Mukhatsu.
It's a very well taken single there by Mukhatsu. Zintlekula hanging in the ring there.
And the field is being spread for de Prier.
She came down the track again. Fisher very, very economical and very impressive. We'll see the last ball of the over, and it also seems that there's not intent from the Badgers to stop that single. Well, good running, and end of the over, end of over number 36, 14 overs still to be played for. The target is 203, the score 129 for 4, and we will have drinks.
Not much is happening. And then we can't put the aircon in our office because it's got the scoreboard box under it. Oh. And it drips onto it, so we're not allowed to put it on. So that room is warm. You know, when you're sitting in a warm room and
There's no windows in the back.
the heat's coming in. So you're just sitting there, and you're sitting there, I'm just starting to do this. You guys have got the aircon going. That's not the aircon. Maybe you guys did that.
So we're back onto the field. There's a summary. The Badgers scored 202 for 8, and the Dragons now 129 for 4, 14 overs to play. The required rate is 5.3, and on strike is Mignon de Prier. She's on 51 not out, and with her is Bogatsu on 15. Van Rensburg into the Prier. Yeah, there's a sweeper out there. It's Lucian Swartz. She does the fielding. And one more run added to the total. And Bogatsu has also, in the meanwhile, surpassed her highest score in this format. She's on 15, it was 10. Nice, open the blade of the bat, but straight to Julia Hall.
Partnership currently 25 runs between Bogatsu and de Prier.
And again that ball is dropping short of the wicketkeeper Mika de Ridder. Granted, pace has been taken off.
required run rate now up to 5.5. Badgers doing well just to increase their required rate.
Van Rensburg in. Full lure and through to the keeper. And that's a great contest between South Africa and Italy. 50 minutes gone. A 14-man Springbok team has got 10 and Italy 6. Well, our technician has just alerted us that it's actually 13. There's a big shot there, and that's been given. The batter has walked. Breakthrough for Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg and Bogatso de Paards. A good partnership of 25 runs here.
That's just what the Northwest Dragons didn't need. A break has brought about a wicket again in this match. Northwest Dragons are 130 for 5.
Well, Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, she's always a very reliable bowler to take breakthroughs. There we'll see that one was going straight to his leg stumps. He's walking already. And it's not often that you see something like that, Jason.
As you knew, she's dead in front of the stumps.
So Deirdre van Rensburg will come in and she will face a namesake Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. But it also allows us to have a look at the score down in Cape Town, where World Sports Betting Western Province is taking on the Hollywoodbets ladies. Hollywoodbets ladies chasing 242. They are cruising at 154 for 1 at this point in time. Here at the recreation ground, the Northwest Dragons, they need 203 to win. They are now 130 for 5. Mignon de Preer on 52 from 42 balls. But we've got Deirdre van Rensburg on strike. Well. She's definitely very handy with the bat, with a higher score of 165. Fisher in to the Preer. There's a bit of a leading edge to that one. An average of 37.2, and that 165 was scored for Northwest against KwaZulu-Natal Inland. It's obviously in Division 2, but she can do the job. Supposed to do the job.
A handy player coming in batting at number 7. So there is still some hope for the Northwest Dragons, especially with the pre out in the middle as well.
Well, I would be very proud if I had on my record books a score of 165 as a top score. But she will need to deal with Kiara Fisher bowling a final over.
Kiara Fisher has been exceptional in our allotted overs thus far. 1 for 23 from 9.3. As we'll see, her last three balls from around the wicket.
And further to that, 2 catches have been put down from her bowling.
This has been a great bowling performance by Fisher.
Same shot, same result.
Just apart from that one over where she lost her radar with a couple of boundaries being hit, it's been a top performance by Kiara Fisher.
Yeah, and I think the utilization of her by a captain was also good. They'll come back for the second, and then a misfield by Derksen. End of the over, and I think the concern will be that required rate that's creeping up. It's now 5.9. Not out of control, but if you are chasing, it is always a challenge.
Kiara Fisher bowling 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. It's a great afternoon's work for her.
The Northwest Dragons will look to get that required run rate under 5s for them to feel comfortable in this last 12 overs of this chase. This looks like it will go down to the wire.
Van Rensburg in to Van Rensburg. Oh, that's nicely hit. Nicolene to Deirdre. Down to third man. It's work for Evodia Yakili, and they will settle for the single. De Preus on strike, she's on 53. Janse van Rensburg in to Mignon de Pree. If I just look at that shot and I had a close look at the television monitor, obviously pace has been taken off the ball, but it's not a wicket where the ball is coming onto the bat.
Yeah, it's not a surface where stroke making comes easily. You have to try and generate pace.
Yeah, and you mentioned about maybe playing an extra spinner. Oh, that's a great shot in the gap. Work for Julia Hall, and that will be a comfortable 2. It's a very strong arm from Julia Hall.
As well played into space there onto the leg side. I think if you saw, if the viewers watched the Northwest Dragons bowl earlier on, they would have seen that pace off from the spinners was challenging.
Oh, that's a big shout. That's a departure of the Pree. She looks disappointed. We will have a look at that, but that's a vital breakthrough. She was walking around her crease.
That is a big call there from umpire Lyndon Falvey. As you have a look at that, Mignon de Pree moved around the crease, gets herself outside off stump. That is certainly hitting outside off. Tough call from the umpire.
Yeah, Mignon de Pree. We always in the commentary box respect the views of the umpires, but that seems to be a very tough call on Mignon de Pree. She departs. But in the record books, it will be de Pree trapped leg before by Janse van Rensburg for another half century, and all of a sudden the momentum is now shift in the favour of the team in green.
That is a very big wicket there for the Garden Route Badgers. In my view, that family puts them in control of this game.
With that wicket of de Pree, does that mean the Northwest Dragons' hope goes as well? 2 new batters in the middle with a required run rate of 6.1. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, she's been put down with a score on 28 by Derrickson, but all great knocks sometimes have a few drop catches, a few lives. She capitalised, and Van Rensburg in to Rodier de Nuyssen.
Gets off the mark, first ball. Out deep into the leg side. The run rate is slowly creeping up. As you see, Northwest Dragons 136 for 6 after 39 overs. And the Badgers at this stage were 138 for 5.
It's very even Stevens.
The Badgers still had Celia batting at this stage.
I think this is a very good ploy to bring spin into action again. Ivode Yekili, not her best day at office, 0 for 24 from 6, but especially against tailhanders, she is a very difficult customer to get away from the crease.
Might just be a brilliant ploy here by Kula to bring back Yekile with 2 new batters in the middle.
Certainly gives her an opportunity to make amends for that first spell.
The Badgers won't mind the dot balls. Coming down the wicket. And Ivode Yekili is doing the job here for the ladies in green.
The run rate has slowly crept up to 6.5. At the start of the over, it was at 6.1.
Well, if you chase runs and over number 40 is a maiden over, it will tell you a story that the Badgers are firmly starting to take control of this encounter.
It's a long way back here for the Northwest Dragons. With 4 wickets in hand, 136 for 6 after 40. Deirdre and Rhoda Denison will have to be proactive in trying to get that rate down once again.
Julia Hall has covered a lot of ground today, and not very good awareness by the 2 batters, because there was definitely an opportunity for taking a second run there. And the news from Italy is that South Africa are leading Italy by 13-9, 58 minutes into the match. Well, somebody else is watching it. The score is now 29. Thanks for that. But I'm focusing on a cricket from Rensburg.
Nicolini Jansen van Rensburg has also been doing a brilliant job today for the home side, Garden Route Badgers. 8.2 overs, 2 for 23.
Well, a victory here by the Badgers will take them to 13 points on the lock. Should the Dolphins defeat Western Province in Cape Town, will also take them to 13 points in a lock, and I'm excluding bonus points, which means that after today the Badgers woman will top the lock. But there's still some cricket to be played here. Van Rensburg in to Denason. Oh, that's airborne, that's an aggressive shot. And that's one bounce over the rope. One bounces literally centimeters in front of the boundary cushion, and a welcome boundary for Rodier Denason. And the way she's walking, her body language tells you that she's got plans here this afternoon. Look at that.
He's got a full one outside off. He's able to free her arms. He has that just short of the boundary. She'll need a few more of those blows to get her team back in this game.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that execution by Rodier Denason. Not very technical. As you can see, she's back on the stumps. It's efficient.
That in between length looks a little bit unsure. That's the harder length for most batters to get away today. See a change in the field, third man up in the ring, a long off out.
And that's a very controlled shot to the leg side.
That is also the end of the 41st over. Northwest Dragon woman 142 for 6 after 41 overs. Required rate is now up to 6.8, touching to the 7-3 over. So it's becoming more and more difficult now for the Northwest Dragons.
So Ivori Yekile will bowl to Rodier Denason, who's on 6. Airborne.
Quite a lot happening on that occasion there. The catch put down there.
By Palesa Mapu.
That's Palesamapo in the cover region. And a close shout for a run out as well.
Another dot ball. Nathan, a good spell from Ivode Yekile from the Freire Street end, a good second spell. She bowled 10 consecutive balls without conceding any runs.
A brilliant comeback by Ivode Yekile. Didn't have a good first spell, but has done the job. But I must also say,
Oh, that's great stop by Nicolene.
it's a great fielding, great backup to your bowler. I also have to say, if you're going at 4 to the over and your reputation says, according to your reputation, is not a good day, then you are a brilliant bowler.
No, thanks for that. Thanks Evodia. She runs in. Airborne, just dropping short of the captain's Intle Kula. And it's also a nail-biter. The score now in the rugby test match between South Africa and Italy is 2014 rather, in favour of the Springboks.
for the next bowler to make their way. Looks like it will be the last over of Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Is that it's always frustrating when you hear when the Boks play that if they lose, they will lose their #1 ranking. Winning consecutive games, but they still on the brink of losing their #1 ranking.
Yeah, it's true, but our focus will shift to Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg, and she has got the big breakthrough today by trapped Mignon de Pre leg before wicket, and on strike is Deirdre van Rensburg.
61 needed from 48 deliveries, 7.6 run rate needed, and that's punch hard.
Misfield by Derksen, a bit sloppy from her standards, being an international player. Maybe to her excuse, the surfaces on which she plays world class. On which she's used to play is world class. But nevertheless, it was a good execution there by Deirdre van Rensburg, taking a score to 5. Nice straight bat. This time it's a great effort from Derksen, saving a certain boundary. And just as we've been critical, she shows her agility and the great athlete that she is. Diving towards the right, got a hand to that. Couldn't prevent a single, but definitely stopped a boundary.
Immediately making amends to the previous misfield.
Now this one is definitely going down a leg.
The task ahead for Northwest Dragons women is becoming increasingly difficult. Still needing 58 runs for victory. That required run rate is moving and touching 8 to the over.
They need a few big overs here to get back in the game. At this rate, the Garden Route Badgers will win this very comfortably if the Northwest Dragons do not take initiative and shift the pressure back onto them.
And she castles a wicket for Van Rensburg, a third, and that's a departure of Rodier de Nijssen for 6, clean bowled by Nicolien van Rensburg, and now the Badgers are firmly in a position
Very well bowled here from Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. She was full of length, wicket to wicket. It's halfway up, middle stump.
Yeah, just playing completely around that ball. One more delivery left for Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg. Perhaps a fourth on the cards here.
Possibly bowling those lines. Always in with a chance there.
Now Sarah Barber is next into bat. Yeah, as we listen to Tina Turner's Simply the Best at the background. And Nicolien Jansen van Rensburg can start believe that today she was simply the best.
Perfect timing of that song.
Barber is off the mark. And she's a good runner between the wickets seemingly. She come back for a second. And Julia Hall hasn't got that one on target though.
Nicolene Jansen from Rysbeck, done with a full quota of 10 overs, finished with figures of 3 for 33.
And Ivoda Yekili, she's got 2 overs left, 0 for 28. Work for Lucian Swartz.
And that's the first run Evodia Yekile has conceded in a second spell.
She started well in the second spell. 13 balls into her spell, concedes a first run. It's more than what the captain would have asked for. 4 start there, dead ball.
Yeah, 55 more runs required here. Massive flight, airborne. Izal Salier. And she completes the catch there. 148 for 7. Well, there's an opportunity here to win by a bonus point. The Badgers need to dismiss the Dragons for less than 162. And if you look at the context of the league, a bonus point will be great here this afternoon.
To see Salababa on that occasion, trying to drag one from outside off, weighing across her onto the leg side, and she hauls out to Cillian on the long on boundary.
Yeah, and a deserved wicket for Ivodi Ikili, who's done a lot of hard work today.
Julie deserved in the second spell. She's bowled well. She's conceded her first run in the second spell after 13 balls in this over.
And Tabi Singh Nini, she bagged 3 wickets earlier today. Her job today will not be primarily to take the Dragons over the line here, as that run rate required is 8.3. And Yekile is on fire here, she flights that one. Nini came down the track.
And this has unfortunately been another case of nobody really backing up Mignon du Preez. With the only 50 score once again in this innings for the Northwest Dragons.
At some point it looked like Bukhatsu would hang around with her for them to get close to this target. But she also fell while their partnership was on 25.
And really done well. It was well in the beginning, but apart from that there wasn't really other meaningful contributions.
Yeah, as this match also shifts towards the Badgers, I've got news for our viewers that the 14 men's Springbok team is also shifting momentum against Italy. They are leading 27-14 with 6 minutes left on the clock.
And the captain brings himself back into the attack. 8 overs, 1 for 16 conceded.
So Zinhle Kula will be happy, captain. Full toss outside off. A miss.
Against more established batters, that would be punished. Against tailenders, once in a while you'll get away with those.
Kula running in. Ooh, she did well to get that one away from the stumps. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Just after this delivery, another dot ball. They're also in a firm position chasing the 242 against Western Province, but whoever wins that game will not win it by a bonus point. But here in Oudtshoorn, the Badgers are still in for a chance should they restrict the Dragons to less than 162 or 162 and less. They will pick up a vital bonus point here.
I missed opportunity here to run out there. Nicolene Janssen from Rensburg was in with a chance if that went to hand.
He castled there! Well bowled. Excellent bowling there by the captain Zinhle Kula. And that's a departure of Ntabi Singh. No, that is Dedra Janssen from Rensburg that departs there.
All the Badgers are on the brink of that bonus point win. Zinhle Kula going wicket for wicket. Starting that off just outside of stump, tracking into the stumps, castling into middle stump. Another great day out with the ball for the captain. He's 2 for 17 from 8.5 with 2 maidens, 2 and 8.
Northwest Dragons women 150 for 9 at this stage. Victory looking very much unlikely as the captain Janae Winster making her way to the middle. Captain to captain, last wicket.
Firm lead by Winster. Work for Lucian Swart. 150 for 9. And as this match is drawing to a close, earlier today the Badgers win the toss. They scored 202 for 8. There was 32 from Nadine Moodley. Isel Solier, a third half century in the competition, 83. She hit 7 fours and 1 6. Andre Derksen made 23. Very well played, 27 from Mika de Ridder. And on the bowling side, it was Ntabi Singh Nini, 3 for 24, and Alisa Exleben, 3 for 45. And this should be, it's not the ball game yet. Nevertheless, and there is another, as the Ridder was hit on, Mika de Ridder was hit on the helmet, there will be a concussion test. That's the batter that was hit. Winster was hit on the helmet, she seems to be fine, but they will observe the protocols. The Northwest Dragons, then in reply, there was the 55 from Mignon de Pre from 59 balls, 8 fours, and then Veronica Reddy made 23. For the Badgers, Kula, the captain, 2 for 17. Nicolene Janssen van Rensburg, 3 for 33 in her complement of 10 overs. Ivodi Ekile has picked up 1 for 27. And then Kiara Fisher, she bowled exceptionally well. She bowled 10 overs, 1 for 24. So Winster is fine, and Yakila will continue.
One more wicket for victory to the home side. Evodia Yekila just floating that one above the eye line. It has by no means at all been a clinical performance. Some work to be done for the Garden Route Badgers, but that's the mark of good team. Keep on winning.
Yes, you can underperform and still maybe win by a bonus point. $155 for 9. In the gap. Only 1 run.
And that's been an excellent spell by Evodia Yekile. 10 overs, 1 for 32, only conceding 8 runs in the last 4 overs.
The Badgers has got 6 runs to play with for that bonus point, and the captain Zintle Kula will continue from the commentary box end of the ground. Remember, if the Badgers can restrict the Dragons to 162 or less, they will secure a bonus point win here today. This one is just hit back to the bowler.
Zintle Kula starting at last over with figures of 2 for 17. Should be looking to close this game off right now.
So wide will not help the course.
As you mentioned, Nathan, there's not been a clinical performance by the Gardenwood Badgers, but it'll still be good enough to get them over the line. They've been the better of the two teams today.
No, certainly. And there are about 5 runs or less left to secure a bonus point victory. A game within a game.
A lot to play for. Every ball important for the Badgers at this point in time. But 1 point can make a world of difference come the end of the season.
Just a question to you, Jason and Albertus, is, are the Gardenwood Badgers aware of the fact that they're close to getting a bonus point?
Well, they're professionals, they should know that.
I'm sure the messages have come on from the coaching staff, from the change room.
Oh,
That's a big call. And that's it. That's a departure of Winster. It doesn't matter, they win their bonus point here today. The Northwest Dragons dismissed for 158, and I think, Nathan, you said it right from the beginning, not clinical, but I mean playing average and still win by a bonus point. That will make any team happy. Jason?
And the Gardenwood Badgers will be very happy for them to get over the line, having played a less than clinical game by their standards. But they've done well to back up the wins they've had earlier in the season. As you see, Zintle Kula with the last wicket of this inning. LBW, Janae Winster. She might also feel hard done by. But be that as it may,
Yeah,
the Badgers have won.
They won the toss. They were 4 for 2, and then there was a partnership of 57 for the third wicket between Nadine Moodley and Isel Sillier. Moodley eventually was dismissed for 32, Sillier made 83, Henri Derksen made 23, Mika de Ridder 27, and then the Northwest Dragons, as long as Mignon de Pre was there, they've been in a very good position to even win the game. She was dismissed, trapped back before by Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg for 53. The Dragons slumped to 158 all out. Kula, impressive, 4 for 19. Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg, 3 for 33. The Badgers, they win by 44 runs and they clinched their third victory in the Pro50 competition. Nathan, a good performance by their home side, although not clinical.
definitely. That's the hallmark of a good cricketing team. Winning when you're not playing at your best. And the Gardenwood Badgers getting the bonus point victory today. Hats off to the bowlers. Majority of all of them actually brought their part. And hats off to Isel Sillier. Brilliant batting, getting a team to 202. And good supported by Nadine Moodley and Mika de Ridder. So all in all, a good performance by Gardenwood Badgers, just not as clinical as they want to be.
Ja, Zintle Kula 3 for 19, Nicolien Janssen van Rensburg 3 for 33, A very impressive economical bowling performance by Kiara Fisher. Yakili 1 for 32, and then on the side of the Dragons, Ntabi Sengnini 3 for 24, Alyssa Erxleben 3 for 45, and then Winster 1 for 27. We'll be back here again tomorrow. Thank you very much to everybody and also to our production team. And we will be back tomorrow for the Pro50 match, starting with a toss at 9:30.
sound for the mics. April.
Thank you very much. I would just like to welcome everybody to the post-match presentation for this Hollywoodbets Pro50 match between the host, the Golden Root Badgers, and the visitors from Potchefstroom Northwest. I would first like to call forward the losing captain, Janae Winston. If they win by a bonus point, what will you take forward from this game?
Well, definitely I will start again. We made a great start with the ball. So I think the positives with regards to our bowling attack now, we stick to our dot balls, especially is being high. So yeah, there is positives on the game, but well done to the game.
You without a victory, obviously you would like to get onto the lock positions.
No, definitely. Again, we missed out on the points today, but luckily for our competition, there's another day tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll come make a less strong.
Thank you very much. Good luck for tomorrow. Good luck for the rest of your Pro50 campaign. I'd like to call forward the captain of the Golden Root Badgers, They were not 100% sure of the result of Cape Town between the Western Province and the Dolphins, but by winning by a bonus point today, you're in a position to lock the results after the early up, you win the toss, you're in trouble again at 5-2, and then you managed to build partnerships. Where did you win this one?
I think I'd say also helped us with the batting. We got 50 points also. I think today was
So well done to you and your troops. I think by your own standards you would agree it was not a clinical performance, but still good enough to win by a bonus point. Thank you. Thank you. Before we'd like to call forward the player of the match, I think it's also good to answer the cap umpires today. And well done to you. The ground staff for a beautiful facility. It was a challenging track to bat at, but it was safe for both teams. And I would now like to call forward the player of the match today, You seem to have a liking in scoring runs here at Oudtshoorn. It seems to be tough batting conditions. You scored 83 from 138 balls, 7 fours and 1 6.
Yes, it was quite difficult for me to believe.
Okay, it's 4 matches in the season. Currently scoring 3 half centuries, which makes you the top run scorer in the competition. Well played and congratulations to yourselves here.
out.